this guy. I need to figure out how to write him.
Classic.
Have you guys? So you've been like chatting up Victor about is this going to be for Madhu or is this a separate thing on your own?
This is my own little audio verse. I forgot. I don't have a name for it yet, but this is my collection right now.
Ooh,
Oh, very cool.
stats.
Yeah, very cool.
This one is my favorite cover, honestly.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I love his dope. I love Captain Britain getting his ass kicked.
Oh,
He
you love
deserves
to
it.
see it.
I know like nothing about Captain Britain except that he's Psylocke's dad, and I'm like, I bet he's...
No, I thought it was his sister.
Well, wait, okay, well, so there have been multiple Captain Britons. So the one I know
that's
is
the problem.
the one I'm thinking of, I
True.
believe, is Betsy's dad. Although I could
The
also
one
be
that
wrong.
I know that turned into Asian Psylocke was his twin sister.
Right.
And then in Hellfire Gala or something, she's like, "Oh no, you could just call me Betsy again. It's okay."
Yeah, because they've been trying to fix that forever. Because it's so weird.
No, I'm reading learning the history of that was nuts. Like Chris Claremont, he also wrote this. I'm pretty sure.
Yep,
He's just
yep.
Yeah.
great writer, cannot hide his fetishes to save his life. Which
I mean, I've also
Chrissy.
been known to fetishize Asian women, but at least I'm ashamed about it. No, that's a joke.
hey, what?
That's a joke. Although, no, my pitch. I'm gonna bitch about it forever. My pitch for X-Force was really cool,
Yeah,
and my
it
idea
was.
for the whole idea for the Psylocke of it all was to literally just, yeah, we had an agent who died, or nearly, but she was way too valuable to waste. So we took this mutant who was Asian, and we, treated her like a fucking piece of cattle, a science experiment, and we popped this agent's brain in this poor Asian mutant's body. Don't think about it. And it was meant to be kind of like a commentary on the dehumanization of other races and stuff, and also an abridging of the overly complicated, is she Asian or British Asian, like what's going on here.
Yeah.
And it was just gonna kind of be cool, and I was gonna have like dueling minds in one body, and that was kind of my pitch for like kind of doing the Psylocke thing, but being a little bit more aware and less cringy about it.
Yeah.
But alas, it will never happen now because
I do like the Psylocke we got in Rivals, who's just from another universe in the Demon Slayer universe. No.
yeah, they just completely sidestepped all that bullshit. Yeah, no,
Oh,
I
no.
I
No,
think
her
that
name's
will-
just Sai. Her name is Sai.
Yep.
She is an anime ninja girl.
I mean, it's dopey, but I kind of love it. They're like, we're
No,
not.
that's why I love her so much. But
Yeah.
my friends and I, we were talking about like what other skins we would want, and we thought about I forgot what her name. It's something Peachy who does that Psylocke
Oh, Peach
comic.
Momoko?
Yes,
Peach Momoko, who's doing
Yeah.
Ultimate
Peach
X-Men right
Momoko.
Yeah.
We really wanted to see the Venom one, which I think is like gold with all like these like line or like wisps around its arm, and also Invisible Woman and Scarlet Witch, who's very pink.
Gotta go for the pink.
I will say.
And also because we want people in kimonos again.
There's also, I will say, Rivals does have an epidemic of sexy blonde white women. We need
That
to,
is true.
It's true.
3 of them.
Yeah, it's a little. I'm sorry. Like, I don't care about the sexualization. Obviously, I do care about the same.
Have you
It's
noticed
little-
are there blonde white women in the Marvel universe?
Yeah, no, there are. There are also a fair amount of redheads. But considering
In a
The-
row.
yeah. It's like, just what are we doing here, guys? No, from a design perspective, I think that was a huge misstep. I mean, I get why. It's a weird thing because I bet if they're like, oh, we need to pick some cool characters that can fulfill certain roles that have a certain amount of popularity that we can put in our hero shooter game. And then when you start going in places like, well, we want like a really cool telekinetic, like, yeah, okay, we could do Jean Grey, but Emma
Speaking
Frost,
of-
though.
Hopefully.
Oh, sorry.
Jean Grey. No, it's okay. My friends and I were also predicting who would be the new characters for the next season. And depending on how the rival story is going, especially with Ultron, we might be getting Psylocke. Jean Grey.
Jean Grey.
Be cool. It would be cool. And God, if you want outfits,
Please
Jean-
also make sure she does not fly. She stays on the ground.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really have a problem with flying Jean Grey. I like it when telekinetic characters zip
There's
around.
just also too many. There's just too many flyers right now in Rivals.
I mean, they
That's why.
nerfed the most powerful flyer of all, by which I mean Spider-Man. So what do you fucking
Human Torch,
Iron Man.
Iron Man.
The problem is that flight is like the superhero power. That's
It's
why there's
That is true.
like fucking if you're a superhero, you either fly or you're really strong. Those are like the baselines, right? Like
That's
Right.
true.
and everyone's an expert combatant.
Oh yeah.
Everyone.
Everybody's a ninja.
Or an X-Men.
Yeah. Or you're Spider-Man where like until Dan Slott came along, you don't actually know how to fight per se, but you're so good at using your powers that it looks like you do. Like you know, like God.
Quest.
One of my favorite things is really driving home for people how absolute bullshit Spider Sense is. Like I love it. No, I love it. I love it. Spider Sense is broken. Spider Sense is like more dangerous than like most telepaths the X-Men have because he doesn't have to focus on it. It's just
true.
like,
It's just like, hey,
I'm
surprise,
chilling along.
danger.
Oh, someone tried to shoot me from like fucking 600 yards away, and I dodged the bullet.
What?
Without even knowing it was there. My brain just went
Insane.
Spider Sense, danger, and I went to wow. Like Spider Sense is bullshit, and I say that with utter happiness in my heart.
Yes.
Bullshit, affectionately.
Yeah, no. Well, it's one of the things I tried to drive home in the audio adaptation. I'm like, no, Spider Sense is one of the most powerful abilities in the Marvel universe, and I will treat it as such. It's worked out pretty well. You just gotta like, if you're gonna have like threats to Spider-Man, you just gotta make it like make sense. Have somebody like Sandman, where like the threat is that he's just so much everywhere that it overwhelms, Peter's Spider Sense as well as his autism, and then he just can't keep up with it, and then he gets the shit kicked out of him.
Poor Peter Parker.
Listen, Pete, you had 2 whole episodes where you pretty much dog walked everybody, okay? You were due for a bit of a... You had to take it down a peg. Character development.
And for character growth.
I mean, it kind of worked, like, and then in his darkest moment, he was visited by a hot redhead. I mean, things we could all aspire to.
Yeah, and he got to yell at Iron Man, too, which is always fun.
I hate Iron Man so much. That was pure
was
fucking,
so good.
like...
Yes.
This is like
Destroy him.
I love the character. I think the problem is like it's like loving Walter White, where it's like I know you're a bad person, but I do enjoy watching your adventures. Now I don't think Tony is like Tony's a hero, obviously.
Yeah, no.
I just hate what his character has kind of become more than anything. So I'm kind of like over here like the fuck, and
this guy.
When I got to take control of Spider-Man for them to do, I was very quick to be like, okay, so this version of Peter Parker fucking hates Tony Stark. And when he finds out that Tony Stark doesn't just employ Iron Man, but is Iron Man, he's going to have a fucking meltdown.
He's like, oh, great. That wasn't enough.
Funny Hatter has said Spider Sense is as dumb as Captain America is seeing faster, which I've never heard of before.
Oh, you've never heard of the seeing faster thing? Oh,
maybe.
Yeah,
Level with me. Is this a super soldier thing?
Yeah, because people are dumb and they can't decide how Captain America's powers work, and I hate it. I actually have a real hate honor for Captain America and how he's treated in power rankings. Because when they were like Captain America could beat Batman, my brain kind of broke and I got really upset. I was like, no.
That's why I don't participate in power rankings as a One Piece fan. I'm just like, man, I just want to talk about my favorite arcs and my favorite characters. That's all.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. It's fair. But I've seen a lot of people get into power ranking debates about One Piece. So
I do not like talking about them.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm like.
I just want to smooch my favorite character. That's all.
Oh, okay. Who's your favorite character in One Piece?
Sanji.
Okay.
Full stop. Sanji.
Okay. Which one is that? I'm not a huge One Piece stan.
The blonde one who kicks really good and he cooks.
Okay, all right.
There we go.
Respect. A kicker and a cooker. I respect
Ha
it.
ha ha. And a
2-in-1
respecter of
combo.
women most of the time.
Oh, based.
There we go. There we go.
Especially in the
Perfect
year of our
passage.
Lord 2025. You gotta have a little bit of that.
We don't talk about post the Fishman Island Sanji thing where every time he sees a woman now his nose explodes with blood, but we don't talk about that.
That is,
No.
I will say, one of my least favorite tropes in all of anime.
Oh,
fucking hate that.
absolutely.
I could deal with a lot of sexism, which I realize is a bit of a privileged position, but I acknowledge it's a problem. I'm just saying, like,
As
I
a
could deal with
white
a lot
man,
of.
as a man.
Yeah. I love how you're like, wait, I don't know. I hold on. I'm adopted, so I don't know either. Okay, I was raised white, and then I put my hand up next to my wife's, and she's like, "You ain't white." But one of these days, I will get a DNA test, and I'll start to figure it out. But as of now, I just leave people confused, and I like it that way.
I am
but
ethnically ambiguous.
exactly. It's like camouflage. It's like Agent 47 if anybody's played the Hitman game.
Yes.
But no, I could deal with the sexism to a point until it gets to like gross and harmful levels. Then it kind of
Absolutely. I'm glad that we have run away from that from newer anime.
Yeah. There's not as much blatant
manga.
sexual assault. But I hate the handling of sex in relationships in anime. Like even when we're dealing with high school anime, it's like
I cannot watch Fire Force because of that.
I liked Fire Force for a hot minute, and then the more I got into the show, the more I was like, why is this show so immature about like sex and sexuality and relationships?
There is a character named Tamaki who has the campfire one.
Yeah,
and she's
her pants are getting pulled down.
And I wanted to die. And I stopped watching it. And my brother's like, no, you gotta watch Freak Whales. I'm like, I don't care.
My wife loves an older show called Rosario Vampire. And I had to, and she acknowledges that has this problem where all the characters, even the ones that are like pure lolly shit, are like hypersexualized. And it I've been watching, I'm 36 years old. I've been watching anime for 20 years. I can deal with it to a point because I've been in the boiling water for long enough. You know what I mean? Like I'm used to the temperature. I understand that a lot of stuff for most people would be like, oh my God. I'm not saying it's not problematic. I'm saying like I'm so used to it, it does not trip my wires nearly as much.
No, yeah, just so desensitized to it, yeah.
I just kind of like I've gone beyond the suffering sigh, and now I'm like, anime gonna anime.
I am defeated.
Yeah. But Rosario Vampire is another one of those where it's like, wow, we're doing just constant panty shots of these 15-year-old girls. I get into this weird place, right? Like I don't get as fired up and like fire and brimstone and angry about people gooning for art over anime characters a lot of the time, because it's like, I know that canonically that's a 16-year-old, but she's drawn by the animators to appeal to you, and at least it's a drawing. Like I understand the point of the industry. Like it's
it makes
not
me
the same
uncomfortable,
thing.
but just like whatever.
Exactly. It's like I'm not gonna get, and there are some people who make arguments about the normalization being a problem, and I can see that. I just for me personally, I don't get really tripped up, you know, where I'm like, oh my God, anime is a curse. I love anime, whatever.
Grown woman, but she's like 13.
It's a Moon Knight villain? Did you say which one is this?
It's like a Russian assassin villains. I need to look. I don't want to look at my phone. Probably older.
Okay, because my Moon Knight knowledge is pretty expansive, but newer stuff onwards. So like Bendis on Houston and onwards. So like Houston, everything from Houston on I've read, but the original stuff I haven't read in a dog's age.
Please, I don't want to look at my phone. I don't want to go all the way over there to get my phone.
look at your phone, give into the darkness. You're talking
No,
to Moon
from
Knight
what I
about Moon
remember,
Knight.
That's
I know
true.
I would love to talk about Moon Knight in one day, but it was a comic. I forgot what number it was. I just saw like some
Oh.
hired both the Fantastic Four and the X-Men to go hunt down this assassin with him. Let me go.
What? Oh my
Let
god!
me let me look at
Oh, Moon Knight.
I love our moon failure. Man, I'm writing some more of I'm writing some more for our street level projects.
Oh,
I gotta be careful because I don't remember how much we've talked about
I
publicly,
don't
but like
remember
well, 5 people watch these live streams.
It's
All
true.
right, let me look for this, and then I need to go, and then I'll come back. Don't worry.
Hey,
Oh,
sounds
okay.
good.
I'll come back. All right, here we go. Here's the pages I got.
Oh wait, shit! I gotta go on another screen.
Oh,
I know. I'm so
let's see.
sorry to
It's
burden
okay.
you.
You're ruining my life. It's fine.
Oh, this, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I have no fucking idea.
I forgot where's her name. Bora. Bora.
Oh.
Bora. And then at the
Okay.
bottom, will prove her undoing. She is only a 14-year-old girl. Bitch, does that look to you? Apparently she had a early growth
Victor,
spurt to make her into a fully grown woman. Hello, Victor.
She's 14 in anime years. You know, it's not the same. It's like dog years, but like you know.
All right, you guys have your fun. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
All
sounds
right.
good. All right. Victor, how's it going, buddy? Oh, there we go.
Oh, I think they just muted. Okay, they really did.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Okay.
How's it going?
I was waiting for them to leave, and then I was gonna be like, "Wow, Victor, you made them leave. Wow, good job, fucker."
Oh no.
Well, see, Victor's shame has rendered him silent.
Oh no.
Oh.
He's been banished to the shadow realm. Oh, there we go. Hey.
Oh, there, yeah, he
He's
lives.
back. How's it going? How's it going?
Yeah, connections were spotty for a second there.
Yeah, I feel that.
I'm here though. Finally got my
Hey.
laptop working.
Yes, that is good to hear.
Yeah. Is AJ joining us tonight? I was unclear.
Oh
I didn't
no,
see.
yeah, he's too sleepy.
Oh,
Sleepy
pussy.
boy.
Where the fuck, AJ? Get in here. What the fuck?
Drop in right now.
No, it's all good.
Oh man.
Oh man. Yeah,
Why would
sorry,
you-
I was just out for dinner.
Oh no, that's all good. That's all good.
Yeah, wow. You missed the first like 20 minutes. You're off with your head.
It's over. We're gonna have to stop the stream now, unfortunately.
Yeah, we had to like commit a hate crime on Victor. You missed the first 20 minutes of the live stream.
Oh no.
Indeed.
Canada is over.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I mean, shit. I thought things were gonna get ugly there for a while,
Well,
but everybody
yeah.
kind of stopped talking about that.
Yeah, right.
I don't
It's
know
like-
what the fuck we're even doing
It
anymore.
would have
Like
made
everything's just...
the Captain America run by Chip Zdarsky even spicier, honestly. We were so close to
Oh,
something
yeah.
cool.
Yeah. Fuck. Oh yeah, but I was saying before I'm writing a bit of stuff this week because I'd love to get. I don't know that it'll happen, but I'd love to get the script for our street level project, the big one, done as close to the end of this month as possible. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but I would love to. So I was writing a bit about Mark's connection to certain other characters that normies don't know about being in the thing.
Ooh, Cyclops, yeah.
Yeah. Surprise.
Unknown.
My dude
X-Men.
developed debut of Cyclops is actually going to be in the big street level crossover.
He's a
starring
big street
Victor,
level
that you weren't
type guy.
informed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my favorite street level character, Cyclops.
He's my favorite for sure. I love when he
like-
hangs out in the streets and lasers people with the stairs.
Yeah, right. Fucking just, you know. I don't know, man. When I was a kid, those few. Now, listen. I've always been a big fan of secret identities, right? And they don't
Oh,
even have to be
yeah.
like
love it.
necessarily secret identities per se. I just love like when the X-Men would go out dressed in like civilian attire. For me, like
love
as a
that.
kid,
Yeah,
I
so-
was
that
was
was
the
a cool
coolest
moment.
shit.
For sure.
yeah.
Well, because it led to
I
the
think
fantasy of it. Like, you know, it's like,
Yeah.
oh, they look like normal people, and then they turn
Yeah.
into awesome superheroes. Like,
Yes.
I
so
personally love the contrast when like they do stand out from normal people. Like
no,
it's
sure.
it's sort of like costumes were in between normal clothing and superhero clothing.
Oh yeah,
Sort of
no,
like
sure.
this
Like,
is a standout society of people.
no, sure. I also can appreciate sort of like if you're thinking of it in a certain way, kind of like that commentary about like, you know, using your costume as like, you know, like not hiding your identity as a
Yeah.
as an oppressed class, you know, like there's lots of commentary you could do there,
Yeah, that's
obviously,
true.
and I totally appreciate that. But just like when I was a kid, I just remember at the civilian scenes would really stand out to me
Yeah, those are cool.
because for me the fantasy of superheroes is intimately tied to secret identities. It's why I'm such a big secret identity. I have such a big hard on for secret identities. Because
Yeah.
superhero means something different to me than it does to a lot of normies. It's one of the reasons I hate the MCU.
Yeah, there's like no secret identities at all except for Spider-Man, but
well, and I mean,
Well,
they
I'd
fucking
say there's
yeah.
a few in the shows. Like the shows are where the secret identities are so far.
Yeah.
But yeah. That
Oh,
was
Yeah.
you mean the much
So-
less successful and much less like cared about like fucking, you know, the stuff that like the normies don't, you know, fucking pay attention to. And up
Yeah.
until recently, even Marvel executives were like,
They're like, oh
yeah,
yeah,
they're
that's
canon.
Yeah, they're putting those. to the
No, they're
side
not.
until recently,
Yeah, like
yeah.
yeah, we have a few secret identities over there, but
I mean, and to
Yeah,
me,
Miss
like, there's so much
Marvel,
more drama inherent in the secret identities. When
Yeah,
you have like
yeah,
Matt Murdock,
yeah.
like fucking like, I'm sorry, I think I don't think you need secret identities to tell a
yeah, I
good
don't think it's a
superhero
necessity,
story.
but
I just think
still
like
can be fun.
It's cool. That's
they
the
add
drama. Yeah.
Yeah, I personally don't think I've ever seen superhero media where I went, man, I wish this secret identity wasn't here.
Right? Yeah, that's
I
why
mean,
Yeah,
I'd
they,
say
like,
there's
pers-
one character that I would say that for, and that's Wolverine, just because he doesn't even know
I
his
don't
own
think of
name.
Logan being a secret identity though. Like just to me, it's most of the X-Men. I don't think of them as secret identity people. I think of them as like, oh, they're just not like, you know, they're if you like use the analogy of like, yeah, they're gay, but they're not going out wearing their tie-dye shirts and those fucking glowy bracelets and fucking painting their nails and
They
fucking
should.
not
I mean, what do you
because
think
they don't.
Gambit wears?
Well, no, true. Gambit is a bicon to end all bicons, obviously.
Yes.
But it's more like for the X-Men, I think of it as like it's not that they're hiding, it's that they chose not to just today they didn't want to be bothered, so they're just keeping it on the down low. You know? I don't think besides, if you see Logan, you don't think, a perfectly normal human. Especially if you live in the Marvel universe.
No
You
way,
see Logan.
Jose.
I don't
The
even mean.
chill
By
guy.
the way, the fact that the face of every X-Man in the Marvel universe is not plastered at like every bus stop and every fucking airport imaginable, I
Right.
actually find that unbelievable. Like, because they don't have secret identities.
It's
So like every
true.
time one of these fuckers like, oh man, that white guy lost his fucking glasses and like fucking punched a hole through a wall with his eye laser. Excuse me, I know they're not lasers, my bad. With his eye blasts. You know, I'm sorry, his optic blasts, like that. The NSA should be like, put this man's face everywhere.
Yeah, put him on the blacklist.
Holy shit! Like what? that just like knocked that punched a hole through it, like 6 armored trucks. Every agency needs that man's face, like with a fucking put that through every facial recognition algorithm we have, and whenever it.
I mean, that's what
like,
the Sentinels and the Registration Act is. So.
No. But what I'm saying is like for the normies, right? I'm saying that should be like that all the time in the Marvel universe, and I'm not advocating for it as in I think it's a good thing. I'm just saying like it's almost like a plot hole that it's not like standard operating procedure in the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
Do you follow what I mean? Like they shouldn't be able to go outside, you know? Like
probably. It's just
Yeah,
they kind
like
of leave it to just those two options of just like,
yeah,
oh, we're suddenly cool with the X-Men, or we hate them. Give all their identity
right.
information
Which is
to
not,
the giant
which is
purple robots.
yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. And I think
It's
that's one of
between
the
those two
reasons.
areas.
No, yeah. Well, I think that's part of the problem too. I think that's one of the reasons that a lot of people say that X-Men are a bad. Excuse me. For the record, if I seem a little out of it, I had way too much Taco Bell about 3 hours ago, and I'm still in pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife was like, "Oh man, we can get this like big fucking meal kit for like $21, and it's like
Ooh.
6 things for each of us. Isn't that a great
Yo,
idea?"
that's crazy.
And I'm the dumbest smart
From
person
Taco
alive, so I was like,
Bell?
That's
"Yeah,
affordable.
I'm like that's great. Let's go." And now I'm like, "Ooh,
The
it was not
cost,
great. It was not
however,
great at all."
is your
Yeah,
stomach.
right. Oh
cost
shit, I
was
fucked
too
around, and
great.
now I'm still finding out now. No, but
Oh, no.
I think that's one of the reasons that people are like, "Oh, it's a bad allegory." I and I
In
think
some ways, yeah, I've received a
no,
lot of
no,
that,
yeah,
both from working on
but I
this
think
project and also in general.
well, see, here's my thing. I think the problem is people who I'm not saying there's not valid criticisms. I think the criticism though should be more about how the X-Men are implemented to talk about oppression. I think is the problem.
Yeah,
I think if you're from a certain
it
protected
is
class,
entirely dependent. Yeah,
you go like, "Oh, the X-Men don't perfectly speak to my experience," and it's like, okay, I'm not trying to invalidate you, but like I don't think they're meant to. I think the idea is like
yeah,
the
exactly. It's
X-Men are
still,
meant to be a
Yeah.
broad allegory.
Yeah.
You're meant
Yeah.
to
it's
like
still, yeah, it's
a
ultimately
jumping off
still an
point.
allegory. It's not supposed to be your literal experience
Yeah,
throughout
you
the
can't
Yeah.
capture everything from
Yeah,
just
yeah,
one
yeah, yeah.
allegory.
Yeah, yeah. They're like, "Oh, I'm black," and it doesn't completely sum up all the issues with the black experience. "Oh, I'm autistic, I'm queer," and it doesn't completely mirror my experience with oppression. And it's like, yeah, no, you fuck. It's not. I, speaking as somebody
It
who
was never-
belongs to quite a few protected groups myself, that's not the point. At least I didn't think it was ever the point. It was meant to be a mirror to talk about the issues broadly.
Yeah.
Fucking,
Yeah.
It even started very incidentally. Like it wasn't really intentional,
Hi,
like
Star.
in every aspect from the beginning.
Yeah.
And then like became more so over time,
Well,
especially
do you
when you have
remember?
more writers of those books, diversified over time.
Yeah. Well, do you remember it was a big hubbub a couple of years ago where the usual suspects, all those right-wing grifters like fucking Nerdrotic and everybody,
Yeah, those assholes.
found
I know.
I oh, there's so much I could say, but I don't want to jeopardize the channel. But apropos of nothing, guys, my favorite Mario brother is Luigi. Anyway, the I really love Luigi. Luigi's awesome. We should all
Oh, yeah.
emulate Luigi
Yes.
Year
from
of
Mario.
Luigi
Year of
superiority
Luigi.
here.
This is
Yes.
a great conversation to walk in on. I'm back, and I got
Yeah, we're talking about the green hat
I'm just
guy.
talking about my favorite video game character.
Luigi. I love
Luigi.
Luigi too. As a younger sibling,
Luigi.
I think
I feel his soul.
I think Luigi from Mario, the video game character, should go say hi to Gary from Neurotic and all his fucking friends. Anyway,
I would love
Best
that.
stare
the,
moment.
But also, fuck grifters. Grifters suck.
no, yeah, absolutely. But all I was saying was there was this conversation a little bit ago. I forget I think it was when X-Men '97 premiered, and
Yeah.
they
Oh, was
all
it about
found-
Morph?
Well, no, but they found. Hello,
I think it
Ricardo.
was partially about
Hey.
Morph, but yeah, not entirely.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it was about so many things. Remember the people that saw Executioner were like, wait a minute, he's got a point. And it's like, oh, you fell for the trap.
He's
guys.
just like me for real, for real.
Got him, boys.
So no, they had found this quote from Stan Lee, I think it was, where he was like,
yeah,
man. He was like, no, when we made the X-Men, we never meant for them to be about oppression
Yeah.
or prejudice or anything like
found it
that.
like
Wasn't that the
And
whole fucking point of the X-Men?
No. So he was honest, and he's like, no, I really, when we came up with them, we just wanted to make a cool superhero team. We weren't thinking about the wider implications. And the grifters were like, see, you fucking woke tards, see? Oh, look what Stanley said. And then it's like, did you read like 2 paragraphs down? No, you didn't, because you fucking can't read.
Read fucking
yeah.
They want to
quote.
manipulate it however they want in terms of the
Yeah.
content.
Like Stanley goes on to say, yeah, that wasn't our intention, but then we got letters from a bunch of fans and we realized what we had on our hands and we course corrected and we doubled and tripled down. I'm paraphrasing, but that is what
exactly.
he said. He's like,
It turns out it's more profitable than they believe.
I like that, and that's why I like the X-Men so much. Is
no. I was talking, and we were talking about how one of the common complaints about X-Men is that it's not a one-to-one allegory for pretty much any protected group, and then my contention was that was never the point. Even when they were trying to talk about oppression, the idea was like, it's meant to be a jumping off point for a discussion. Like, you could find something to relate to here, even if you don't think of yourself as part of an oppressed class. And then you can go like, oh shit. Like, that's the point of the X-Men. Yeah, like that's like, although Kitty probably shouldn't have said the N-word in that one issue. That was weird.
Eddie, what?
Oh, are you not familiar with this?
Oh.
Eddie Brock? Eddie Brock?
No, Kitty Pride.
Kitty.
Interesting too.
All I know is that she says Kitty Prog, my favorite.
There is I think it was God Loves, Man Kills.
I think so.
Or was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it was written
She's talking to a black friend of hers, the name of which I can't remember. And don't be alarmed, anybody. I'm not going to say slurs on this live. But
live on camera.
The black friend says to her, like, calls her a mutie, which, if you are just MCU fans listening to this, that's like the MCU equivalent of the N-word for mutants, or it's meant to be. He's like, oh, are you a mutie? And then the line is Kitty turns, it's a panel where she's like leaning over this man and she goes, I don't know, Phil, are you an N-word? Except she doesn't say N-word.
God damn.
It certainly was,
like, is it like asterisks in the implication of it, or
no.
Uncensored.
It's
is it with a hard R or a?
Yes.
Hard R.
Yes. Yeah, no, she was using the slur with intent. She was.
Kitty, I love you, darling. What is this?
that was a terrible. So
no N-word slurs going on these audio dramas for my production.
That was a moment where obviously, if we're acting in good faith, we all know, like Chris Claremont, Chris Claremont earned his stripes. We know what he was trying to do. We know he's a good egg.
I think within like actual
the context
of the situation, given the benefit of the doubt on the mistakes. But
yeah. It's like, you're not a bad person. That was a bad idea.
Yeah.
To be fair to you, there were several people above you who should have been like, whoa.
Yeah, right.
Well, also, another thing, what year was this as well?
Like 90s or 80s.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd still argue like that reads like well-intentioned but fumbled activism from the 80s, if you ask me. Like, I can believe it. Like, God Loves, Man
Kills. Make it right to continue doing it, but still.
Right. Fuck it. Wait. Yeah. Now, no, you were saying something about. Did I hear you say that they did it with Eddie Brock, or am I wrong?
No, I thought I heard when you said Eddie. When you said Kitty, I heard Eddie.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I mean, that would be an interesting arc in of itself.
November 1982.
Okay.
So yeah. It's like, the 70s have only begun to fade. Like, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yep. I
can confirm, though, the M slur for the mutants are indeed staying in my productions.
Yeah.
Keeping that one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind fictional slurs. I think they have a place.
Yeah.
I mean, I
don't mind fictional slurs, Valley of Shadow.
I'm doing that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, my real name is Joe. You can feel free to call me
Joe.
Joe. I don't know. No, don't be sorry. I don't expect people to be calling me by my fucking gamer name all day.
Your gamer
Oh,
name.
man.
I will say the gamer name.
Oh yeah, I'm about to.
Well, I was
Oh
about to
God,
just say also just shorten it to Shadow as well, but
no, that's cool too. But yeah, no, my name's public. You can just call me Joe. It's fine. I have way too much of an ego to hide who I am. I'm a public.
Yeah, he's got an IMDb and everything too.
oh wow.
I was talking. I was talking to my psychiatrist today. Um, Technically not my psychiatrist. I mean, she kind of is. It's a resident. So like she's like doing her residency. So like the one actually in charge is the doctor supervising her, but she is the doctor, and you know she is like my first point of contact. I won't be seeing her anymore as of today because I don't really agree with the direction of my treatment. So I am finding another provider. I just made an appointment today, but that's a whole discussion for off stream. Fuck American psychiatric care though. Holy shit.
Amen.
But the resident was actually cool. Basically, I'm trying to get an increase to my ADHD meds, which are controlled substance, and the doctor in charge of my care is. I don't feel like she's taking my best interests in mind. Talking to her is like talking to a brick wall. But the resident, bless her, is very cool, and today was her last day before moving on. She's like graduating to coming up, I guess. So this was my last meeting with her, the resident. And she was I was doing this meeting from my new office because my wife was napping, so I couldn't do it like in the bedroom like I usually do our remote visits. So I was doing it from my office. So I had like my mic up and everything. And she's like, "That looks super cool. What do you do?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm a voice actor." And she's like, "Oh, that's awesome. What are you in?" Which is the kiss of death as a Z tier voice actor. Like, I was like mostly audio dramas, which are like radio plays, but nobody has radios anymore.
Oh, it's YouTube now.
We all pretend they're
Yeah.
radios.
That's how I describe my job too.
Yeah. Yep. Well, don't you? I don't want to dox anything. Don't you work for a big name broadcasting agency, or you did at some point? Am I misremembering?
I did actually do extra work for film productions.
Okay.
Before
cool.
the car is now inoperable.
Oh,
My last production is actually coming out very soon. Welcome to Geary, actually.
Yo, let's go. I'm so excited.
Hallelujah.
I'm so excited.
Are you like in the credits and stuff? Like, or fucking? I could be like, I know that guy.
I don't think that's really how extras work. I've never been in past production credits. But I do show up like in the background of scenes, like for various crowds of people for the school and stuff.
Real quick, just because when I see Star and then I see one of my IRL friends. So Star, yeah, that question hurts my heart every time I get it. Yeah, no, I feel that 100%. We'll get it. We'll get there. But yeah, everybody in our line of work goes through it until you make it big. It's just part of the gig. Yeah. What have you been in? Lots of things,
stuff
but
and
nothing you'll ever watch.
It is usually why I prioritize the extra stuff when talking, because for some reason being in the background of famous people work
is more important to them than like being in a fucking larger production of something they've never heard of. Yeah,
I'm the main character in this production.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
prioritize which one.
If you wanna really bake somebody's noodle, it's funny. If you really want to start a conversation about why, like, not to be self-aggrandizing, but like, talk to somebody about why my portrayal of a fictional character like Moon Knight is not equally valid as somebody like Oscar Isaac's portrayal of, Moon Knight. And they'll be like, "Oh, but it's not like officially sanctioned." And then you ask them like why that matters, and then it spins out into the canon conversation. And if you get them long enough, you can get them into a really uncomfortable position where they have to acknowledge your awesomeness.
Yeah.
Damn, that's cool. Never mind. And then everyone clapped.
It's actually really fun. It's actually a really fun thought experiment when we're talking about
superheroes
and canonicity.
Yeah, that is interesting.
It's a ridiculous snobbiness, like no matter what, because like they'll say that about and in conversations they'll say that about the literal voice actors that Marvel hires for their games or, like animated shows and stuff, and it's like
Like meanwhile, like when everybody, if you talk to a normie about about Rogue, a lot of them will talk about fucking Anna Paquin, who was awesome. Didn't get a chance to be like as awesome as she could have been. No hate to the
I
actor.
liked her. And when I finished X-Men and X2. It was very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were part of those conversations of my live watching.
I don't think so, but I might have been. But I get what you mean though. I do love her. But like to me, if I think Rogue, I think of like Lenore Zan. You know, like I mean, that's
amazing Canadian actress and politician.
I miss my
Southern
Rogue.
Yeah. That was wild when I found out about that. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
that's why she
right.
didn't do much acting.
It's
and
wild.
the fact, by the way, she's also Aisha Clan from Outlaw Star. Like, fuck. What? I love this woman. That's a classic anime space opera from the 90s. If you guys haven't seen it, I recommend it.
Iconic voices.
Yeah.
Yep. But I got sidetracked. Yeah, Bobby, this is one of the regular live streams that we do here on Audio Anomaly. We do
regularly 3 months ago.
No, I think they happen about quarterly. I've actually been meaning to talk to you, Chris, about maybe seeing if we could maybe bump them up a little bit more, because I think like they actually are a pretty big hit for the community, and especially now with the DC stuff coming up too. Like,
we gotta get
maybe I know that you're very busy, so I'm just floating as a suggestion. But like maybe like a bi-monthly would be awesome if we tried to do them like every other month. Like I don't know.
Yeah, we used to. We haven't done it this year, but yeah, we should.
And then, so these happen. They used to happen more frequently, but we do these when we can.
Yeah.
3 months is about as frequent as our game nights, so that's regularly. Yes.
Hey, I've been in MADU's gaming, just live streaming whatever game I'm playing because I'm just like, oh, I'm bored, whatever.
Yeah. There you go. There's the live streams. You know.
There we go.
Just me playing it, Slay the Spire over and over again, and Marvel Rivals and dying.
Yeah, I got Jeff's shoes. Totally worth it.
And date everything, which is amazing right now.
Everyone's talking about it, but I'm like, I don't know. If you're not queer, does that game have something to offer, or is it meant?
I mean, it is for the gays and the theys. It's for the straights. You can the whole point of the game is that you can literally date everything, but you can also have friendships, and you can also get them to hate you and that sort of thing.
No, I want to put my virtual penis into virtual things. That's what I want to do.
Well, you can do that as well. The sexual implications is very strong.
Oh,
I mean, there is a literal sex toy as a dateable object, so.
I mean, listen. Many a person I've known has dated a sex toy. You know what I'm saying?
Yo.
My favorite one has been Chance, who's the D20, and he is just the absolute sweetest. And I don't know why any of my photos are loading.
Now, speaking of, can you date your right hand?
No. The whole point is to date the stuff in your house. You can date glitches, video game glitches, shadows, the concept of rejection, the existential dread. Water, earth, air.
I love that.
Yes, his name's Doug, and he's a bitch. Oh, well, he sucks.
Okay. Yeah, that feels like a Doug.
It feels like a dog. All he does is doom scroll, and he asks me to doom scroll for him, which is equally not as fun.
That's like a whole other level of procrastination.
What's up, Victor?
That's just a whole new level of procrastination. It's telling someone else.
Can you do
but also, he didn't like my name, so he calls me Dork, which I'm like, yeah, whatever. But like, also what I love about Date Everything though is that they have a content-aware setting, where if a dateable object has a theme that you may or may not be interested in going through, you could just skip it and just immediately go to love, friendship, or hate.
Oh, that's kind of based.
Can't believe that.
And also, everyone and their dog is in this game as well.
But you can't do your right hand. That was the only thing off limits.
Oh man.
I feel like that's a misstep. I get maybe it doesn't quite thematically align, but the fact it's not even in there as a gag is, I'm like, that's a missed opportunity. I don't know.
We got Wolverine. We've got Morph.
Like 5 seconds.
We've got Johnny Young Bosch. We got Laura Bailey. There is way too many people in this game, and I love it.
That's awesome.
Everyone is fully voiced, and it is magnifique.
That's probably where all the money went.
Oh
That's
yeah.
where all.
I mean, it was also made
10
by voice
billion
actors. I'm pretty sure Sassy Chaps was created by Robbie Damon, who is a voice actor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Robbie Damon is iconic.
Yeah.
Catchy, delicious pancakes.
And charisma.
And of
Oh,
course,
God.
Peter Parker and apparently no one's favorite
shitty-
Spider-Man.
No, listen, it's better than Ultimate Spider-Man. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
Yo.
like
There's
I don't
few
like Spider-Man
advantages there,
2017.
Like, yeah.
I've
I don't
only
like
know
them.
like there's people in it I know as in voice
There's a
actors
few
I
cool ideas.
heard
I
and
like the
recognized,
science angle.
but all I know is that I'm so sorry, Victor. I'm talking over you.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'll let you finish your thoughts. Sorry.
From what I know, because I know
Hold on,
that the
I'm
first.
sorry, Noodle. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm gonna overrule you, Victor. You were going first. Finish your thought. This is why you get talked over all the
Exactly.
time. Get in there.
I'm sorry. I wanted to be proper, but anyway.
You're too Canadian. No, you're too Canadian. Shut up. Get in there.
Right. But yeah, like Spider-Man 2017, like the advantage of it compared to Ultimate, which is pretty much just, drain your child's mind.
Man.
Is
Listen.
like literally the opposite. Is like, there was ideas for like an educational environment
Show in there,
Spider-Man
yeah.
show of, like,
Yeah.
And wasn't
you had
it a
to, like,
Disney
this
XD
science
show though?
Mhm.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
but Victor's right. It really was a let's get kids into STEM, except it did it very badly because
Yeah,
all
there's
the
still
science.
problems with how.
So I should watch
because,
Spectacular Spider-Man instead.
Yes.
It's like in a
Spectacular
very-
Spider-Man is
absolutely the primary
it's
way,
like
but,
yeah, it's great. No, Spider-Man 2017 was like I think the biggest
but,
problem with
there was
2017
good
with the
ideas. There was like a cool style, like some of the characters and stuff.
yeah, they just didn't have budget for shadows anywhere in that fucking
Oh
show.
man, man
There
sucks.
was
shadow
definitely
budget.
animation problems.
Everyone's
for
a
sure,
cardboard
compared to the
cut out.
previous series. Which like that was the one advantage of Ultimate that has better animation than
yeah.
this new show, where it's clear like they were just drained, I guess, from like the previous style. But like yeah, it at least was distinctive, and they had like cool ideas to bring to the table compared to Ultimate, where it's like a very basic.
Oh yeah,
kind of,
like great ideas. Like what if Harry Osborn Venom
It's
was like
anti-venom,
the Venom
yeah.
suit with Venom in a football uniform instead of military gear.
Oh, we can adapt that, right?
Yeah.
We can put that in there.
like
Football
Like,
star Venom.
like always make there in terms of like the difference between Ultimate and what like the game then did in the Insomniac verse of Venom is that one actually combined Harry plots with Venom plots in terms of how they constructed their art.
I need to
Ultimate
watch people
show,
play Spider-Man 2.
Like in terms of the Ultimate show though, they just made him Eddie Brock. Like that's all they did. Just gave
And also he's a big old nerd.
To Harry, and that was it.
Well, it could be worse. They could make Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, which by the way, I felt so weird because I hated that. I hated that show, and then I went online and I fully expected to be among my people going like, what the fuck was that?
This is a great show.
And I'm like, wait, I know Spider-Man.
Oh my god, I'm in the minority?
I was so confused. I'm like, not to brag, but I'm like, my Spider-Man adaptation gets lauded all to hell. I feel like I know Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Why?
I did like the
What's
old
happening?
80s comic book style for all the characters. It's very fun. Why it was 3D, I don't know.
Yeah, it's sort of a 3D kind of comic book style there for it, which, it's pretty cool. I think
also, the Thorns being black makes more sense with the stupid-ass haircut he had back in the day.
I think that's a stupid reason to make Norman Osborn black. I think that's
that too, but like whatever. I
don't know. I personally think this is not racism. This is wokeness. Actually, you see, I think that the evil wealthy businessman should be a white guy. I don't like Norman Osborn being black because it just feels I don't think the Osborns should be black. It feels weird to me. I think
isn't it in the show that Harry Norman becomes like he's just a good guy or just capitalizing on Spider-Man?
He's framed as a good guy initially in order to like let Peter's guard down and like it's sort of creates a dynamic where he's initially Peter's mentor, but secretly is doing cool stuff like on the side there. Which was a good plot for the first season, but then they immediately stopped that. So it's like, what's the point?
So no,
But,
I know it's about Scorpion now.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like, that's one reason that him being black only works for this adaptation. The other one is to explain those damn cancelable waves that the Osborns
I don't give a
have.
fuck.
Fucking
I hate that
waves.
so much. You know what? Just do what the comics, the Ultimate comics from the 2000s did, and just do away with them. If you must.
Right.
Like just make
Just
him
make
a
him Willem
redhead.
Dafoe. What if we
Yeah.
just make him Willem Dafoe?
Yeah. Bring him back in here.
That's what they did. And I know you were kind of like half memeing Victor. I'm just playing around, but I do I hate the discourse about Norman's hair. I'm like, it was just a style choice.
Yeah.
From the 70s. They weren't thinking about it.
No.
Whatever.
No.
Like,
It's just so distinct, though. That's all.
Yeah.
As a character designer or someone who loves character design, it is very.
I love the fact that, like, I literally was just reading that exchange from Dark Avengers today, where Osborn's like trying to interrogate Clint Barton, so he has like Matt Gargan with the symbiote behind Clint, like menacing him, like threatening to bite his head off, and he keeps like telling Norman keeps shaking Clint down, like, where are the Avengers hiding, Clint? And Clint's like, you'll never get me to talk. Where are the Avengers hiding, Clint? And Gargan's behind him as Venom, like menacing Clint.
Who
and then
is
Clint
Gargan?
just looks at Matt Gargan,
Scorpion.
Scorpion. He was wearing the Venom symbiote for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. Continue.
By the way, if you're in chat and you're gonna hate on me for calling it the Venom symbiote, I don't care. I outrank you. Be quiet. I hate
supposed to call it. Like, what? Are you
no
supposed to be
Venom.
confused
No.
on
Oh God.
whether he's
All right.
confused at the moment, like
I'll come back to this in a second, so I can just finish this thought. But oh my God. You've no idea. You're not on Twitter very much, I don't think.
No.
So it's like he's like trying to intimidate. I'm like, where are the Avengers, Clint? And then Hawkeye, Clint just looks at Norman Osborn and he goes, how do you even get your hair to do that?
Yes.
And then he's like, Gargan, have a nibble, and then Gargan Venom bites him in the shoulder. Which I haven't actually read that issue, so I don't know if he like can't Hawkeye for a while, but I imagine that would make drawing a bow and arrow pretty difficult.
Yeah.
But
I
yes,
love that Hawkeye's the most normal character in the Marvel universe.
Oh no, it's a great trope. But now to answer your question, Victor, Venom fans are the worst.
I just want to be a. Sorry.
No, it's okay. If you want to be a goo person.
No, I just like my Venom. That's all. I appreciate my Venom, not for power scale reasons. I just think he's neat, and 100% inspired the noodle persona of like a amorphous blob with tentacles and stuff.
Let me be clear. There's plenty of reasons to like Venom.
Yeah,
let me, because I know we do have some Venom fans in our orbit. Let me try to be more precise. The online Venom fandom, as a collective,
is corrupted.
A symbiote, if you will.
Yeah,
are a bunch of rabid, annoying creatures that should be relegated to their own fucking, symbiote hive mind over there.
This is why I stopped going on Twitter.
That would imply that they were actually concise with themselves.
So their whole thing is they're like, no, Venom is the joining of the symbiote with Eddie Brock. If it's not, the thing is, they take the modern
technicalities.
So many contradictions for that to actually be true.
No.
Well, all the things that contradict it are the things they don't like and don't regard as canon. Okay, Victor. The problem.
Actually,
the problem is that 70% of these people only discovered Venom in the last 15 years, and so they latch onto the queer allegory part of the Venom bonding, and so they guard their version of the character in their minds with their lives.
I like the queer allegory, and I'm not an asshole about it.
No. Not, of course, I'm speaking broadly. I want to be clear. If you vibe with the queer allegory angle of Venom as a character, I think that's totally valid.
It's also contradicted by others within their own fandom, because, the Venom movies also have a queer dynamic with Venom, of course. And
I am out of the Eddie closet.
Usually, they're feral people. I think the most feral ones, in their defense, I can't believe I just said that. I think they're talking about the comic books mostly, and I know there's some contradictions there, but they're not bringing other media into it. Like most Venom fans that I would call real Venom fans, whatever the fuck that even means, they're like, fuck those movies. Now, I love those movies, but I'm not a big Venom stan, so that might have something to do with
It's
it.
campy, and I love it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think definitely the best part.
And I love camp.
Yeah.
I hate camp most of the time. I hate when you take something I love and you make it campy. Is more my thing. I like, you know.
That's understandable.
Like, I watched 60s Batman as a kid, and I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it as a kid because I was a dumb child, and I didn't pick up on the fact that it was campy. I took Adam West Batman as a 6-year-old 100% seriously. And then I read real Batman comics as I got a little bit older, and I was like, yeah, this is cool. And then I went back at like 11 and watched Adam West, and I was like, oh.
Wait a minute.
No. What the fuck?
I mean, fair to your taste, people, have their particular Batman, including Adam West. But, like, I would not say that the show is turning something campy that wasn't.
Yeah, it's sort of more of like a Silver Age type.
It was for the time.
Even still,
it's based on the
past that
for
Batman.
I should have been more clear. I understand that that's not a one-to-one example. I meant to extrapolate and say, like, I wouldn't want you to take something that it was a bad example, but my point was, like, I don't want you to take Batman as he exists now and then go, like, no, he needs to be more like Adam West.
Especially considering Batman has that example.
We need more Adam West type Batmans.
Yeah, that example already exists. It's called Batman and Robin. That was the example of them taking something dark and making it goofy, because we actually were approaching the modern age of Batman when Batman and Robin came out, and somewhat Batman Forever as well.
I don't know. I do think you can take it too far. Like, I don't like any. I like Batman Begins, and I'm the rare person who really hates the other two Nolan Batman films.
I absolutely.
That's fine.
Well. I definitely.
I just like The Dark Knight
over
because it takes place in Chicago. Hello.
Hey, welcome. Glad you're here.
Hey guys. How are you? It's your normie friend. Your friend who knows nothing about comic books or anything. Because you're my friends and I like you.
Hey.
Oh, I thought you were a glutton for punishment. Like, oh, I love you
too. Call me a masochist if you want. Babe, it's fine.
I love that I'm like dropping all these takes about Spider-Man and Batman, and I'm writing both for this channel. So it's like, if you're listening to this at home, sorry, you know what you're in for. I remember getting into a heated Twitter debate a couple months ago talking about how I felt about Batman versus Bruce Wayne, and how if you gave me control of the character, like the nuances of how I would approach it. Oh, no. I was making my whole pitch about how trying to nerf Batman is stupid and you should actually go hard in the other direction. And I was like, no, Batman should be as powerful as Superman through virtue of his human ingenuity and his wealth and resourcefulness. I don't mean that he should be able to tank a punch from Superman per se. I mean, like, they should be roughly on the same level in different ways. Like, Batman should be akin to a god. Because that's part of the appeal of... Well, that's part of what his privilege is part of what enables him to fucking do this. Like, I don't deny that. But, like, that to me is part of the appeal of Batman, is that he is this little boy who went through incredible trauma at arguably the best or the worst age possible, made an impossible promise that literally broke him at a fundamental level, because he like set himself up for failure and went, mother, father, I will end all crime. Well, you're ruined for life now. Good job. If you know anything about psychology, you know that if he had done that, wouldn't have happened if he were 10 or 11. Batman only exists because the Waynes died when Bruce was 8. And you know, he was wealthy enough to do it.
He lost his parents at like both 8 and 12 before.
Shut up, Victor. I'm talking about like generally, like what is established as canon. God damn it, I have a background in psychology. Do not ruin my flow. I will come to your house. So they you know, and I will throw stern words at you. He like generally, canonically, the line is he was 8 years old. I don't know if that's still canon, but in most interpretations, he's roughly 8. And if he were much older than that, this probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Why 8 years old is a good age. It's why we go to it so much, because that's how child psychology works. The soup is still souping. But it fucked him up. It fucked him up, and he set himself up for failure, but he inherited gajillions of dollars. That's the actual number. And he is also the fictional good billionaire who's like, I'm going to fix everything because I can't allow bad things to happen ever again. So I'm going to be an absolute psycho about fixing everything. And I live in a world where space aliens and literal Greco-Roman gods exist throwing thunderbolts and shit. There's a flying space alien and a hot Greco-Roman maybe goddess with cool bondage jewelry. Sometimes I want to fuck her depending on whether or not Bruce Timm is right.
Yeah, space.
But huge huge Wonder Bat shipper over here. Twitter hates me for it, but whatever.
Wonder Bat, let's go.
Now I'm turning over writing of Wonder Woman, obviously, so we probably won't get that in the Madu or the DC ADU, but
the Madu is what it's called. Madu.
It's the Madu is the Marvel stuff. The DC ADU is the new DC universe, but there's no catchy.
Dadu.
Yeah, the Kadu. But anyway, my whole point is that like Batman should like be a rough equivalent to Superman in terms of power scaling. Like Batman should be busted and broken and stupid. Like Batman should be able to stand toe to toe with those characters because that's the point. That's the power fantasy. Like Batman should be the ultimate power fantasy, and it should be a tragedy at the same time. Like, and I understand like if you're like, oh, that's contradictory. I'm like, no, that's the fun. That's the appeal. It's how deep did you have to go into the darkness to do that? What did you have to sacrifice to do that? That you can stand at the front line of the Justice League as an equal. That you can walk into the room and the Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, and Superman all feel a chill go down their spine. Like, what do you have to do to become that? Like, the level of dedication, the level of focus and sacrifice and, you know, the enormity of this monster that you've created for the good of other people. That's the tragedy of the Batman, and that like is what really appeals to me. Like the more powerful you make Batman, the more you increase the tragedy that is Bruce Wayne. And I was talking about that and my grand visions for the character, and then somebody on Twitter was getting really mad, and they were like, "I hope to fucking God they never let you write Batman." And he's so mad. He got so mad, and I'm like, fuck you. I cry.
All right, bitch, then don't read it.
Yeah, right? Like
literally don't read.
Like I'm not reading, Hush 2, so like...
Oh god, yeah, fuck you. Not you, Victor. Not you, Victor. I mean like hypothetical people that like fucking, are all excited about Hush 2.
Dude, what?
No, I am not reading it.
Wait, what did you say, Victor? I'm sorry.
No, I was saying I was not reading it.
Oh, thank Christ. Okay, you have standards.
Like it was my example to like the Twitter people like saying, oh, I'm not gonna read your like Batman stuff, and it's like
good job. Okay, yeah, cool. I'm so glad that we're not creatively bankrupt over here. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Go read. Yeah, go read the guy racist against Asian people going back to the well to draw the fucking, How can Jim Lee work with him? Side note.
That's a great question. That is a really
that's kind of like a very big contradiction.
He just gets letters
but we
from
all know,
him and it's like, all right,
I mean, I guess he's
don't
used
talk
to
to
with
me.
Frank Miller, but still.
No, but like you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Everybody in this room knows about Jeff Loeb and his Yeah. It's not made up. It's a real thing. The man has been documented many times saying the most racist shit about Asian people.
It's gotten of course worse now because the Bat family has of course increased and become more diverse than they were back when Jeff Loeb made Batman Hush. So it's kind of gotten a lot more difficult for him to do his own mission situation.
I
mean, there's that, I guess.
I mean, and I can see.
Characters don't exist.
Yeah, no, like, okay, so I can see some of the criticisms of the Bat family, right? I get the idea that, like, the more you... I see the narrative problem of the Bat family. I understand the idea that the more we have these characters around, the more you kind of strain this concept of Bruce Wayne being a traumatized loner. I do feel like the biggest problem with DC is that they won't commit. You either have to have Bruce Wayne move on from his trauma and become a more lighthearted hero surrounded by a network of successors and aspirants whom he trains, and move on from a story of a traumatized orphan weaponizing his privilege against the forces of evil, and into a story of maybe like giving and building your community, moving on from trauma and embracing family. You either do that, or you start killing off more of these fucking brightly colored characters and get back to your roots of darkness and misery. You can't.
I do like the drama of the Bat family.
What's that, Victor?
Yeah, but it's also like far harder to do the second option now, and there's like so many.
Oh no! Of course. Right. It doesn't have to be literally. Like you have to commit though. You either have to move a lot of them over there and like let them move out of Gotham and pull a Nightwing and barely be featured in the books until the last like 10 years. Because for a long time, like that was what they did with Nightwing. Like they were like, yeah, we're gonna make Dick Grayson into his own hero finally. And whoever the fuck it was that was in charge at the time was like, that's great, put him over there.
We're gonna put him over here.
He can graduate. He gets the fuck out. Leave. And then they kept doing it, and they,
Well, Wolfman and Perez, I think, were mainly the ones, in charge of that at the time of its graduation into the Titans. So.
Yeah, because I think
Nightwing solo books was like far later. Like,
because he moved to wherever the fuck the Titan stuff was.
Bloodhaven.
Jump City.
Well, were they based out of Hub City? Oh shit. Okay.
No, Jump City.
Jump City. Okay. I was gonna say, I don't remember this.
Yeah, Teen Titans.
The more you know.
I feel like DC just has to commit. Like either start house cleaning the Bat family for real, or fucking like, or embrace them and change the character of Batman. You can't have... I think that's one of the reasons Batman has arguably suffered over the last like couple of decades, is because he's in this weird in-between place.
The stagnant man-child position where, he has to go all dark loner surrounded by, all of his kids.
Speaking of dark loners.
Yay! Dark throwback, what's up? We're talking Batman.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah, with the Batman profile picture, no less.
Yeah, there he is.
You have no idea how long I've had to keep that from you, man.
I just that's kind of my whole premise is like you need to commit. Now, I'm sorry, I like my grittier, more traumatized, but ultimately heroic Batman. But
we know you like the gritty, traumatized stuff, Joe.
I mean, I'm good at it, okay? Fuck it. Like, what do you want? You don't want my version of happy-go-lucky, pulpy hero, okay?
I kind of see that, actually.
I would love to see alternate universe Kate, where she's happy-go-lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Fucking
best friends with the man in white.
And not
the world is full of wonder.
Not written as a as like a Lethal Weapon character placed in a Marvel Comics universe. But no, I freely admit my preference for darker, moodier Batman, but I think objectively, I think the book could be better if you committed either way. Like, even if you went hard in the direction that I don't prefer, I think the book narratively, like objectively, would be better than it is now.
I personally see it as, kind of an arc journey, He starts as Batman that is alone and dark, and then slowly gets better and works on his depression through his family.
I like the one where his family heals him.
No, I think that's we're definitely exploring that. in the context of the upcoming DC audio drama universe, right? Like,
that's true.
Yeah. I like darker, grittier Batman, but I'm getting a chance to write a version of the character who presumably will have a natural conclusion. So, like, it doesn't have to be designed to go on forever. Yeah. So I can write a Bruce Wayne with an arc. Like, I can actually write these characters, and other people can write these characters in our pocket universe, like, moving forward. But again,
versus throughout, you could use multiple Batman voices. Just saying.
Yeah, no.
It's a bad verse.
I appreciate you being here, Dr. Throwback. I really had to keep a secret for a long time, and I'm proud of how well I did at hiding the cast already. When I was already talking to you on voice call.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Just be careful, Victor, because you are live. I don't know how much you want to say to the larger community.
True, but I was sort of like close there.
Sorry, did somebody say they need to DM me some secrets?
By the way, Doc, you're a little quiet. I don't know if you want to up your volume, or your gain, or your output a little bit, but I'm just letting you know you're a little quiet.
I had to turn you up a smidge.
Hold on.
I hate to interrupt, but
what's up? You okay?
Hey.
Oh, everything's fine. I'm just saying that there's going to be an episode of the 616th, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
Podcast coming up in July that I am hosting a trivia night for Superman. So
that's gonna be cool.
Oh shit!
Be there, be square.
Superman.
I'm terrified.
I'm sure you did a great job.
Yes.
Probably not.
I'm proud of you.
It's gonna be great.
I think it's great that they found a place for you as the resident normie. I think that's beautiful.
Hey,
he's so sarcastic.
Star, I was a normie when I first joined. Okay.
That's fair. And we slowly corrupted them and ruined them forever. That's fucking great.
Yes, and now I bought comic books for the first time, and it was like, oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah, and tonight we got to explain to them the history of Kitty Pryde using the N-word.
Yes, I did hear that. I heard that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yes.
Sorry,
no, it was so
great.
Being
Discord. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You're still
better now.
You just have such a deep voice.
Oh yeah, he's got that sexy.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to talk like SpongeBob?
No. It depends. Are your loved ones beneficiaries of your life insurance policy? I guess. Okay. Like, have you made sure that they're taken care of? Because I'm not a monster, but I have to kill you. No. You do have a very versatile voice. This man can do wonderful things with his.
He's a doctor for a reason. Yeah.
I heard some bits and pieces of it when I was on BC by accident. It was very nice.
Yeah.
That's why
bits and pieces. Dun dun dun.
Julius is our resident professor in house.
Yeah. No, he's gonna do a great job.
Oh yeah.
You know,
expect nothing but the best and nothing less.
He's gonna be great. Yeah. It's gonna be great. Is he going to fuck a bird woman though?
That's the sequel.
Ooh, man.
Confirm or deny.
One of these days.
If he's not going to fuck a bird woman, my anticipation of this adaptation has fallen down considerably.
Answer doesn't look like a word.
There, Joe.
I'm disappointed in you, Victor. I wanted alien bird sex. My heart is broken. We're doing our own adaptation here. The sky's the limit. We're not beholden to our corporate masters or the mouse. And you're over here like, alien bird sex? Nah, I don't want it. Nah, I don't think so.
No, it's not really about it. No, it's more.
You need a
about
free
just,
show for Professor X to fuck a bird lady?
I was more just I want to introduce these concepts one at a time and not overwhelm my style here. So it's one thing after the other. There's certainly an avenue for it close up, far later down the line. So I think there might be an avenue.
Okay. All right, you could redeem yourself. Is what I'm saying. What I'm
There's
hearing.
still
Okay.
a chance.
Okay.
I just won't happen right away because it's just. Like,
I mean, if it's what the fans want.
Yeah, like come on, like the bird woman fucking so good. The use of his legs came back. Okay, I'm just saying, like it's fucking like it's the inverse of. Listen, I'm disabled. I can make that joke. Fuck all you all. Okay, like
hold on a second. All right. You need to specify your disability because some of us are also disabled, but don't really have a placard to say so.
All right, listen. Everyone in this chat is. I'm sorry. Everyone in this call is severely mentally disabled, and that includes me.
Agreed.
I just like we're all the guns are pointed at everybody
mentally
else.
Disabled or gay or gay.
No. I was gonna make a joke, but it would make me sound too much like a fucking nerdrotic fan. Never mind.
Wait a minute.
No, I was gonna make a joke about like that's what I said, but then I realized that people that don't know me might think I was being serious instead of ironic. But no, is he going to fuck Magneto?
Yes.
Yes, let it happen, finally.
You have a chance to do
final audio.
Lord, have these two gay queens finally make up and
kiss.
No, you know what?
I didn't actually audition for Magneto, and now I feel gypped.
Well, yeah, you're already kind of stuck in the role of the professor against him no matter what. But yeah. It kind of makes it hard to have you as both.
Hey, I've done it myself before. Just
to be fair, I'm sure, like many of us, I'm sure the doc has been told to fuck himself because that's just kind of like I'm
theoretically, figuratively, yes, literally, it's just not passable.
I mean, if you're a coward, I guess. No,
no.
Sorry,
I kind of like all my ribs where they belong.
Well, apparently that's a myth, and I'm very disappointed. Apparently it doesn't work. I bet breaks my heart.
I mean, we can test it out right now.
I don't see anybody trying to prove it.
I mean, I'll go rip my. Listen,
there is a way.
Right?
I'll just pop a rib out and go suck my own dick real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on. Fucking.
Talking about ribs is making me hungry.
Okay, wait, hold on. Ricardo has the vision. Says in YouTube chat, Lalandra, Xavier, Magneto, Thruppleton.
That could work.
Yeah.
Remind me, who's Alandra again?
The bird.
The sexy bird woman from outer space.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the thing from '97 I saw where he ditched the X-Men to go to space.
By the way, I love that '97 is like no. Professor X like literally like he lied. He told them he died, and he's off getting banged by the warrior queen bird in space.
Every man's dream.
He literally lied to his children. He let them mourn his death back on Earth, and just like, nah, I'm done. I'm done being Martin Luther King in a wheelchair. I need to fuck my bird queen. I'm done being a civil rights leader. I need the bird of space.
It's a cool dynamic, but that's also probably another reason why I'm not really starting with the bird sex early. Is because like
I'm not starting with the bird sex early.
You gotta build up to that.
Somebody says bird sex like every 5 minutes.
I'll stop.
Sex with bird, alien sex with lady bird, bird lady, birdie sex.
I'm sorry, Cliff. If you can't handle it, you're not gonna last long in this group.
Trust me, I can handle it. I've handled a lot worse. All right. In case nobody was hearing themselves.
Yeah, it's like you got this very flawed Xavier. I find with impression, which I'm sure
outside of the flaw that he can't use his legs.
I mean,
that's
he's
the top one.
He's one of the more powerful telepaths in the Marvel universe. So I think isn't it established? And again, I'm not a big X-Men scholar, so I apologize if I'm wrong. But isn't the thing that he could walk, but it would cost him the use of his abilities, or is that a Fanon thing?
I always thought
that was mainly the thing in the movies.
It puts too much strain on his mental capacity in order to use it for his legs.
Okay.
Yeah,
that would probably hurt my brain trying to get my mental
brain power.
Kind of feels like a Mary Sue to me, but whatever.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Just as an aside, we all watch 97 here, right? Everybody.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
I'm watching it right now on the stream.
Okay, shit.
Watch it as we speak.
I'm not being like a hater or anything. I just didn't watch it because I was more so upset that they decided to do it with X-Men rather than continue Spider-Man first.
Right.
Man.
So, but now they've announced that they're doing a continuation of Spider-Man 94 through a 4-issue comic series.
That doesn't involve John Semper at all, though. So, like, I don't really care.
I want answers. I want it to end. I don't want to be left like wondering.
Why he meant
so I'm gonna get what I've waited for the last 30 years.
If it means something to you, I respect that. I just don't really.
It means something to me because that's much like Batman the animated series. Spider-Man the animated series is what I grew up with, and I've already been invested in Spider-Man related projects where I myself have played Christopher Daniel Barnes' version of Spider-Man. And oh my gosh, before it got taken down, before the project kind of like tapered off and eventually got canned. There was a teaser for it that got posted on Twitter, and CDB actually saw it and retweeted it from his own personal page.
Wow.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was I'm so like, if Kevin Conroy were alive today and he managed to see something that I did Batman in and did that, my mind would be blown there too.
Oh yeah, no.
Like, you know, my Spider-Man. That's my Spider-Man. And he heard what he portray his character and then was like, heck yeah. I'm like,
that is awesome.
That's amazing, yeah.
That is really cool. I respect the hell out of that.
With me meeting like Spider-Man fan actors who then go on and do like big time stuff. It's like
whoa.
Let's
not say big time stuff, all right? Because I'm not getting paid for most of the stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah. Oh God, I remember. I think Summer was telling me the other day, she's like, I finally had to file taxes for my voice acting. And I'm like, oh, that's the dream. Oh, shit, the dream. That's still an incredibly low bar, but like, I haven't hit it yet.
Get in on a Ninja Turtles project where she just got cast as April.
Oh, I didn't hear that better. Shit. Or maybe she told me and I forgot. That's also possible.
I've got my fingers crossed right now for one of the purple characters, either Shredder or Donnie.
Okay.
Or the one
who's running this one? Because I don't know if I even saw a casting call for this one. Who's doing this one?
This is one of the ones from Void of Voices.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's the Saturday morning cartoon comics.
Oh, very cool.
Those are my favorite turtles. So yeah.
Oh, fun!
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm a huge normie. I grew up on 2012 TMNT. You can throw tomatoes at me.
2012 TMNT is fun as fuck. I'm sorry.
I mean, I like the 2007 Turtles. They weren't terrible.
2007 Turtles, I believe, is the one that's most accurate to the comics. So I feel like, it's still not terribly accurate, but it was definitely more accurate than the 80s show, as I recall. So I think it's okay.
Certainly for the core turtles.
I grew up with that one. It was my favorite.
Hey.
My favorite episode. My favorite turtles are still the Red Sky seasons at the end of the original cartoon.
Oh man, you are like one of the few people that think that.
I like.
Remind me later to just share the auditions I did for that project.
Oh yeah, base. Well, you can just drop them in the pop-out chat unless you're trying to keep them private. You can just put them in there.
Trying to keep them private. I just didn't want to stream my screen because.
Oh no! Just if you have.
You shared a bot already. Yeah, you mentioned CBD. Now you gotta show us what you got, man. You gotta show us
Yeah.
All right.
Show me what you've got.
Get in there.
Hopefully the project wasn't Spider-Man loaded.
It was not.
It was not racist Spider-Man, I'm sure.
I mean, I don't think you can even audition for that.
I wouldn't have wanted to audition for that.
There's a live action.
Honestly, if I had seen the script and they went through with it, I would have been like, "Screw you guys, I'm out."
I could just imagine the all the people that worked on that movie just getting really excited, and then the more it goes on, they're like, "Oh no!"
Oh,
honestly,
what have I done?
Like, seriously, Mary Jane, what is your problem? Show some emotion.
Yeah, and then the cast would also probably search up
like, Spider-Man freaking shows up at this kid's house to play video games and complains about his life the entire time.
Yeah, traumatized.
Hey kids, let me vent to you my adult stuff.
Kid, he's like, my wish is to meet Spider-Man, but not hear about all his problems. Kind of makes me hate Spider-Man now.
Oh
It's
god,
like the most depressive situation for Make-A-Wish ever.
I have
let's go with something else so we don't kill the mood.
I have a rip of that movie living on my hard drive somewhere, and I just watch it whenever I.
Oh my god!
Anytime I'm ever like, man, anytime I'm really anxious about our Spider-Man here in the Madoo, and the pressure's really getting to me, I just watch
Harry
a little bit of Spider-Man Lotus
for like 5 minutes. Yeah.
It's not like Spider-Man in the way of Samurai Jack. Yeah, no, I don't fucking.
Hey, it could be worse.
Could be worse. All right, Spider-Man. All my Spider-Mans.
I will tell you, I was terrified when I started getting into the Mary Jane stuff in the first 3 episodes of our Spider-Man. I really thought people were going to eat me for making Mary Jane really messy. I was terrified out of my mind. And then the praise was unanimous, and people got what I was going for. And I'm like, thank God, they're not going to kill me. Oh, fuck.
I think it was this one. This one here.
What's up, Scope?
I said, depending on what you smoke, Mary Jane should be messy.
I made her very alcoholic, thrill seeker, a drug user, who is just very self-destructive and chaotic.
Yep. Right, but as long as she wasn't a clone, it was fine, right?
Yeah. There you go. No, but I went like, well, she comes from an abusive home. At least that's the popular interpretation since the Raimi universe, and I honestly think that's pretty interesting. So we're gonna go with that. And I was like, every single party animal girl that I went to high school with who came from an abusive home, and there were a lot of them, what were they like? And it was like, oh no, but it was like, but there's so much drama there if we're not afraid to explore it. And so I just did that, and then I thought they were going to come to my house and kill me, but instead they were like,
this is great. They're like, most of the praise is either MJ or Norman, yeah.
The worst thing is that poor Cez is over here playing Gwen, and nobody ever talks about her performance, and it makes me so mad. I have to.
I'm the only one who praises Gwen.
Episode 6 should be Gwen.
Wait, we'll get there. I have to give more. I have to get more into the Gwen stuff. I have to make people love her, so that
the real question is when is Big Wheel coming?
That's episode 8.
Sooner than you think. All right, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Make an entire Gwen shot.
Oh, you already got it up. Hold on, let me jump in here. What the fuck?
We're on.
Oh, this man uses the video audition format.
Oh.
Look at this.
Oh, you have to do.
Just so you guys are aware, this is from a while ago, so my audio quality has improved so much since then.
You know what? Funny thing is that my first role was from I filmed that with my laptop microphone for some Fallout mod. That was my.
We don't talk about my auditions back in the day where I used an iPad, voice memo, and shitty iPad.
Hold on.
Apple earbuds.
When I first started doing all this, all I was using was my freaking cell phone. I was recording MP4s and uploading them to the mobile version of the site.
What year you started?
2022.
Oh wow!
Technically, it was 2019, but I gave up after the first rejection, and then I came back later after the pandemic started.
There we go.
Well, salutations, my fellow mutants.
Hey, Marco, how's it going,
buddy?
Hello. So I did get better over time. It took me a while to, get my confidence back up. But, since nobody was working and everybody was home, the only thing other than making babies was to do this.
Yeah, I'm glad you chose voice acting.
I chose both, actually.
Oh, fuck. All right. A real daredevil.
So I have 2 children currently, the oldest of which is 3.
Oh.
Yeah, he was
almost
born
comic book green age.
A week or 2 after I started my voice acting journey.
Oh shit.
Right now when the kids are asleep.
Oh,
yeah.
You're making you slack. My bad, man.
Yeah, but
3 auditions minimum a day. I don't do that. I need to.
With the initial X-Men.
Great power, there must also come great responsibility.
I remember I worked on a Fallout podcast. I co-write with my buddy.
Here I am.
And Walton Goggins, like one of our hosts, so we almost died.
Instead of hanging out with her.
Nice. Oh shit, nice.
So what do they call you? The Green Meanie?
So like that CPT thing was the thing, but
really good.
Very nice, man.
Did you get cast for these auditions? Did you find out if you got cast already?
Oh, I got that.
Looks like some of them are chosen. Yeah.
I can't see from behind the heads.
Okay. But yeah, some of them are green.
I got the role for that one. They did. They got it to the point where they had like an actual storyboard and an animatic, but the funding kind of ran dry. So they kind of they didn't can it completely, but they did kind of shelf it for a little while.
I'm basically like attached to some guys like Machinima, and it's been like nearly a decade, and he keeps sending me updates.
Dude.
Yeah,
like, I'm supposed to be the lead, so I'm like,
on one hand, the amount of Machinima videos that I've actually been in, and most of them are Batman.
That was one of the reasons I've been actually dabbling in voice acting since I want to say 2007, technically, because I would have been about 18 when I first started. But the reason I didn't stick with it until a couple of years ago, around COVID time, same for me too, I didn't stick with it until then because anytime I tried, I would book a project and then it would crash out and never get released. And it happened to me so many times in the beginning that I just kind of stopped trying.
First project that you and I managed to get in on together just kind of disappeared after a while.
Oh, which one was that now?
The freaking Space Crew.
Yes, right. They just completely. I mean, the server's still up, right? Or am I crashing out?
No. I mean, I'm sure it's still there, but like there was nothing happening for like a year.
Well, not for nothing, but among other things, that's what happens when you try to get 3 or 4 people and you have them all right at the same time on the same episode. And then they're like, and they, for the boys and girls listening here, I will be professional. I won't say the name of the show, but a bunch of Madu alumni were in this space opera podcast that the Doc and I were in. Summer, who plays MJ for us, was also in it, if memory serves. And a couple others here as well. Not in the server, but on the team. And
wait, I think I know what show you guys are on. Is it a horror show? Space horror
no,
show?
it's just no. It's a sci-fi space opera. It never came out.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm upset about it because they let me use my accent, and now there's nothing to show for it at all.
It was a bunch of like 4 people who, one of whom would randomly DM us in the middle of the night to talk about the lore of the show. Don't do that.
I'll read it in the script. Just put it in the script. Like, I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah, like, okay, yeah, no, just do it. Please stop doing that for the love of Christ. And they just like they would literally all get into a Google Doc together, and it would be, my understanding is it would be like Duel of the Fates, but in writing format. And they're trying to write these scripts that only supposed to be like 20 fucking minutes long.
It got to the point where they were erasing each other's sentences to write their own.
Oh no! High school projects right there.
Format.
Yeah. No, like, and I think at least one or two of them actually were in high school, and then the other two were in
that makes more
college.
sense.
The other two,
I really do try my best not to work with teenagers.
Yep. Same.
Or really, not too many people born after 9/11.
Oh God, we're old. Fuck. But I know what you mean. I've hard quit projects when I realized the people behind
especially if you get halfway through recording something and then realize, oh God, this is a fanfic. Sorry, I have to leave.
Congrats, Doctor, but you have officially broken your rule.
Well, no. I don't think he has. No, he doesn't mind fan projects. I think I know what he means.
I don't mean
fan
projects. I mean working for people who were born after 9/11.
Oh,
I said most.
Hey, me. Hi.
I said
Hello.
most. Okay, because now don't get me wrong. I'm not lumping everyone together, but the majority of people that I deal with of a certain age these days, they grew up in a different time. They were raised differently. They don't have respect for certain people over anyone else.
Right.
And a lot of times their work ethic and their professionalism is in the pits.
Sorry.
One of the first projects I got cast in as like Sonic the Hedgehog. I got recast like overnight and ghosted. And it's like apparently it's because I sounded too old. Well, then why cast me in the first place,
bro?
Wait. Did they break the casting taboo too of casting you before the deadline?
Of course. Because
a classic.
How else do you expect to get chosen for something and then canned overnight?
Who was it here in this server that like kind of got eaten alive in here for doing that with their project? I can't remember. And I felt bad because they kind of had to like get corrected in real time.
Well, hopefully it wasn't me with my Batman project because I'm.
No. No, this was a Madhu project. I'm not hating. I felt bad for them, and they learned from it. I'm not dumping on them. It was a thing that happened. And I can't remember who it was. Was it the guy running our Iron Fist show? Maybe. I think. Yeah. And I talked to Chris about it. And I was like, hey, Chris, like you should probably just make that a server policy, so we can just dodge that problem in the future, and just be like, if you want to do a project for this channel, you have to not do that. So hopefully it won't ever happen again.
Don't quote me on this, but I do think that the word ego comes into play on this next question. Has anybody else here ever felt like the delivery of some of the auditions we've reviewed for projects we've auditioned for just haven't hit the mark as far as delivery?
Yeah.
Do you mean people that were chosen over you?
Yes.
Doc? Yes. Yeah.
Because it makes me uneasy somewhat to have a director reach out to you specifically to let you know that you were shortlisted, but then ultimately go with somebody else.
Oh yeah, where you're like, what the fuck is that?
You're not necessarily thinking yourself better than anyone else, but it's clear that their audio quality is a little less quality and a little more audio.
The thing, acting ability is usually the thing that.
That's kind of audio. Because what I usually do is listen to a few, do what I can, or grip and rip, and just piss in the wind.
Well, see, my usual take on things, especially if I'm doing a familiar character, I will do my own research as far as previous voice actors for the role, figure out which one is familiar with most people, try to put my own spin on it while still having a familiar, like, almost impressionistic type of audition. For instance, my Wolverine is a blend of Cal Dodd and Steve Bloom. And I still find myself somewhere in the middle, just like with my Joker. I've got inspiration from Troy Baker, Mark Hamill, and Anthony Ingruber, but I still managed to throw myself into the mix.
Oh, no Brett Spiner? I'm hurt.
No Brett Spiner. Just like no John DiMaggio either.
Some people love. Some people love DiMaggio's Joker.
Don't get me wrong.
I liked it.
He did a good job. It's just I understand that the Joker is not supposed to make you feel comfortable, but that just made me feel uncomfortable. Okay.
For the record,
I felt a rumbling in my tummy every time he talked.
For the record, I hate the Joker. So it makes me feel really funny when I do the Joker.
Like in general, or as a character?
Listen, that's like me saying I hate Batman and then going and auditioning for Batman. Come on.
I hate the character, but he's fun to play. I'm not going to deny it. I don't think that's inherently contradictory.
It's fun to be that. Most of the stuff that I've done outside of Batman and Spider-Man has all been villains.
I will say,
those are so fun to play.
When I talk about hating a character, a lot of times my hatred of the character is a lot more complex than just like their narrative content, right?
Okay. All right, hold on.
A lot of my hatred of the Joker, I find him often kind of boring because I think he's just overly used. I think if he went back to only appearing once every 10 years, he would be a lot more effective. The discourse around the Joker has made I find the character borderline insufferable.
Is it like Phoenix sitting on the stairs?
Yeah, fuck. Not even talking about the movie, but the movie doesn't fucking help. But all that, my distaste. Well, it's like when I say that I really don't like Miles Morales that much, but it has very little to do with the content of the actual character. Like, I think Miles obviously means a lot to a lot of people, and I think there's a lot of fun stuff that can be done with the character. Yep. And I've heard that Cody Ziegler's take on the character is really fun. I just
Miles Morales was my least favorite part about the Spider-Man PS4 game.
Yeah, I
didn't want to play as Miles or Mary Jane. I just wanted to play as Peter the entire time.
No,
it's
agreed.
Spider-Man, not Spider-Man and his boring friends.
Yeah, no. And then they showed at the end that they're going to make it worse. No, you must have been thrilled like me when we got to the end and they showed like 2 or 3 more Spider characters and some things to come. Yeah, no.
I need to hear you do your Joker since you hate it so much.
See, I hate doing. Maybe I'll do this. I won't do my Batman, but I might be convinced to do my Joker.
You better not do Batman.
I hate, I get nervous when people are like, do your voice for this fucking beloved character that I know you've played.
Makes you feel better. I'll go first.
No, because I'm sure you're going to do great, and I don't need the added pressure.
I do. I did Batman too, so yeah, I want to hear.
Yeah, let me see. Hold on, let me see.
I think I've only done Batman once, and yeah, I knew I would immediately fail.
I did Batman during that got me through COVID. I did a lot of comic book dubs with Batman.
Comic book dubs is Batman.
Yeah, strangely, when I was infected with COVID, I strangely sounded like House, so I tried that.
But my dear Dark Knight, did you perhaps sound like this? Because I'm sure that it would be a real guess. That was terrible. See, this is why I don't do it live.
No,
that was
good.
Man, I had it for a second. I choked it, and then he went British. I got there for a second, and then I lost it because he went British. Let me find an actual clip of me doing it.
Hold on.
I don't like doing these characters. I'll do my original characters. I hate doing beloved characters. It's stage fright. Hold on.
The Joker that you did was not terrible, right?
No, hold on. I'm looking for the clip that's actually representative of my, because that's not my Joker voice. I choked. I don't normally do beloved characters live.
Well, your on the spot Joker was pretty good, if I do say so myself.
Hold on, Kings of Fear comic dub. So I do a lot of work with the Russian comic book geek, and that's where I first was put in that position of playing my least favorite supervillain of all time. Hold on.
I'm holding.
There we go. If anybody wants to actually hear me trying and not under pressure of doing it live, insert Bill O'Reilly quote here. Check the
do it
live. But that was really fun. That was fun to do, even though I hate that fucking character.
You're not even gonna clip it? We gotta watch the whole thing?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's fucking 5 minutes long. I mean, I'm in most of it. Fuck it. Like,
okay.
Actually, I recorded for the whole thing. Actually, he did the entire He did the entire Kings of Fear series. I played both Scarecrow and Joker in that.
Yo, that's real fucking good.
It's like me with the SpongeBob comics that Void of Voices does. When we go through a table read, I just voice everybody so that we can keep the pacing, and then the rest of them dub their lines later.
Here, you know
I've
what?
had to do that before. It was very annoying, though.
Here, you know what?
I'm being a one-man show, but that's just me.
I'll tell you what. If you really want,
getting your own horn.
If you really want to, Doc, you could just play it live since you're already streaming, and it'll be almost like I did it.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, we'll do it live.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll do it
That
live.
is a very good point, sir. Let me.
So I want to start a question, kind of shoot the breeze, because I just got here about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Hello. The Secret of the Universe is 42. The best live-action Spider-Man of all time is Andrew Garfield. I will take no further questions at this time.
Version of the Amazing Spider-Man is Andrew Garfield. Thank you very much.
No. The best version, live action Spider-Man, is the Italian Spider-Man.
Oh god.
Oh god, Italian Spider-Man. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
I've been patiently in my corner not to voice my opinion.
Oh, why? What's your terrible opinion?
I've always had a soft spot for the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans because of, again, the cheese, but also I did like Far From Home and No Way Home.
I hated them because I love Spider-Man. So I think that those movies are a blight upon the earth. And
all right, cool. I'm gonna go back in my box now.
No, you're a cool person. You just have terrible opinions about Spider-Man movies. It's fine. No, really, it's okay. It's okay if you like. It's okay if you like them.
Not my taste. I like my X-Men and my magic.
Disagree without telling one another you're wrong. Okay.
No, I can't actually.
Yes, yes, you can. That's the whole point of agree to disagree.
No, I mean I could. No, Cliff. I could. I refuse. You're a nicer person than me, and I'm okay with that.
I'm just.
You don't have a choice. It's just my personality. I can't be mean. It makes me feel bad.
Well, Cliff is the Canadian, or not Cliff. Fucking Victor's the Canadian here, so he's nicer than
Big same.
Hey, listen.
Well, man.
Accents are one thing, but don't be anywhere north of where I am.
We had a question on deck. I'm so sorry. What was the question?
Okay, so I take it that I told everybody numerous times this is actually going to be my first ever project. I'm just curious. Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that's doing their firsties as well in this party here?
Yeah,
I have been in stasis, cryostasis for what, 2 years now?
Okay, because I'm extremely excited because, again, first project, but I think I've been interested in voice acting for a long time since I was a kid because being from Vancouver, Canada, we got Ocean Studios, people that did Death Note, Beast Wars, Inuyasha. And I'm just happy that I graduated a few months ago from the school that had those voice actors from those shows. So I'm just
very cool.
Woo, Canadian BAs, big W.
Yeah, big. You're not alone anymore, Victor.
I swear I did not know when I grabbed it.
Canadian recognizes Canadian.
What region of Canada is Victor from?
I just saw that the two of them have amazing talent.
Victor, what region of Canada are you from?
Oh, I'm from Ontario.
Toronto, Hamilton.
Close by Toronto, yeah. Well, Kitchener.
I love how Victor's trying very hard not to dox himself, and the man is out here like a Russian spy. Like, no, you would tell me your secrets. Like, fucking, like, come on, where are you located?
You got a prestigious hockey team in the London Knights.
See, now you're talking about Russian spies, and that makes me mad because it reminds me of a Red Sun project where I didn't get cast as Batman.
Oh man!
Oh man!
And I did a really good Russian Kevin Conroy too.
You don't want to be Russian Batman though. Russian Batman, as I recall,
I know he was a jerk. I know.
Yeah,
but listen. It's way better than Absolute Batman with the giant bat axe.
He was just Batman wearing an Ushanka, which is borderline offensive to Russian people because it's like, how can we make Russian Batman? How do we make Russian Batman? We stick fuzzy hat on his head. Yes, Russian Batman.
quickly look that up.
I'm not kidding.
That's actually, that's true.
That's actually the costume.
Yeah.
Batman.
Putting sickle on
Yeah,
Superman's chest.
Oh, Red Sun S-O-N, not S-U-N. I am stupid.
Yep. No, I mean,
to answer your question though, Mark.
Red Sun,
yeah,
Batman. Oh
this
my god,
actually-
it's so stupid.
I'll be back.
This actually is my first project. Sorry to say to both my X-Men here, but you are left in very new hands to.
Hey, they're good hands though.
No, you'll be all right. And there's a lot of us. Victor's always asking for advice from those of us that have been doing this for a while too. So
I've been doing this for a while, but I have no advice.
Well, no. But I think he meant like in terms of like running projects, which I don't think he's done.
Yeah.
Again, I'm still trying to work on my own Batman series. I've already got the cast. I'm just terrible at writing scripts.
Okay, hey, I'm gonna spread the gospel. I just want to say, and no hate, Doc, but to anybody listening, please stop casting people before you write your scripts.
Amen.
Hold on.
Unless these are your friends.
No, listen, I had the scripts written when I cast them, but we're going through rewrites. I was not clear on that.
Okay, that's more forgivable. I've fallen.
So I even early on though in the process, like considering how long it took to both write it and then rewrite some stuff afterwards, I'd still recommend probably casting after you've done all your rewrites.
I don't think he knew that the rewrites presumably were going to be that extensive though.
It really did.
Which I've fallen for that.
Yeah,
usually
I guess if you're in the energy of like, oh, this will just take a few minutes.
See, what had happened was I brought some people in, right? And they were reading through the script and they're like, this could be better. And me being a first-time script writer/director, I wanted everybody's advice and opinions.
Oh, that was your first mistake. No, don't do that.
Yeah, that was my first mistake. You're right. I turned into a doormat. Yeah. And kind of got steamrolled and decided to scrap everything I had written and start from scratch.
I actually was in a similar boat.
So that's
that part I actually know quite well because it was a video game project that I did of like an original superhero game of like a speedster situation. It sounded cool from like a gameplay perspective, just like fighting crime as like a speedster character and stuff. And it's like, not only
did you say the Flash, the video game?
Like, it's sort of in the Flash sort of line, but it's like an OC situation. Like, of an OC speedster character named Thunderspeed, like going through like this Russian gulag, and like fighting like others with like super speed and stuff. And like the project had like rewrote my stuff like while I was still working on it, like even in the first initial pages. Like, I'm 10 pages in and he's like, okay, I'm changing everything. And then doing that like over and over. And then I learned that the same guy is also like a transphobe too, so it's like not only am I being steamrolled over stuff, but like, he's refusing to hire people from like, different backgrounds based on his own bigotry, so it's like,
I have returned.
I was just like, screw him and just like got out of there like fast.
Who are we screwing and why?
It was like a fan project that I was doing where it's like it was run by a transphobe and everything, and like they were steamrolling over my ideas and refusing help from anyone who was like diverse in any way. Like
it wasn't the guy that we like kind of bullied off the server last year.
No. It's a guy years ago.
Okay, because I know like Chris, the guy I'm thinking of, Chris was like working with him for a hot minute on some scripts, and I was like, no.
Yeah, this is a whole different script that I was writing for a video game that someone was working on.
Gotcha.
But yeah, they were steamrolling over me, and like I was reminded of it by the Dr. Throwback experience with his own team there.
There was oh, sorry, go ahead, my bad.
So yeah, that was sort of what I was feeling there. So yeah, just summarize in terms of answering the question there, Mark. Like, yeah, I'm just starting in terms of these things, and like this is kind of like my first time getting something major like this off of the ground.
Scaring the poor boy out of his mind.
Yeah,
over here, like, I have no idea what I'm doing, but don't worry, you're gonna be fine.
You're in good hands, man.
No,
I remember we did a project. I did a project once. I won't say the name of it. It's a very infamous mod for Fallout.
There were a lot of there was a lot of fate in it, and
yeah.
You could have carnal relations with the Deathclaw.
That wasn't the worst thing that the cast found out.
I know.
No, when we found out the last
enslaving of the teenager part, yeah, like the.
Oh yeah, a lot of the big names tried to pull their voice work out. I think Ray Chase was one of them. That was that whole Discord on fire that week it came out. And you just have to be careful with who you cast. Sometimes you never know what a person says. Because I did a project with someone, and then you go on their social media, then out of nowhere they say some really fucked up and hateful shit, and I'm like, oh my god.
See, I don't say anything hateful on my social media. I just fight people rabidly about comic books. Which is arguably worse. But
yeah, there was an actor I cast that I had to get the pitchforks away from him. He wasn't like the best actor I've worked with. He was kind of a nightmare to work with. But he was like harassing women voice actors via DMs, and they were about to release the pitchfork on him until I told them, guys, he's like autistic. Not just excusing his behavior, but it also is like just on him.
You can have sympathy for people while still holding them accountable. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. Like, you can be like, oh, this person struggles a lot with social cues and social norms, so they're probably not Satan, but also I cannot allow you to continue in this social space. Like, you can have those two thoughts simultaneously, and I think that's valid.
And honestly, I'm trying to fight that because that's me. Because I have a mild case, and I've been in trouble here and there.
It's okay. I think as long as you act in good faith and you're communicative with people, everybody here, I don't want to overspeak. I'll say I think the majority of people on this team have more than enough experience with mental illness and neurodivergence. Like, it's not really, you're in good company. Nobody's gonna eat you. You're okay. Just, say what you mean. Like, don't be afraid to ask about what you need, and like, if you have questions, ask. Be patient with people, and people will be patient with you. Like, it's all good. This is a pretty good place.
Yeah. Happy family.
Yeah. Yeah, for the most part. No. Anybody in the group that's really been a problem, we've gotten rid of pretty fast. I think there was only really
it usually sorts itself out pretty easily.
There was like one guy before I came along, and then there was the guy that I was just talking about a minute ago, who like just was an asshole and eventually left of his own accord because he realized he wasn't welcome. Which saved Chris the trouble of kicking him because Chris was getting pretty close. But no, this is a good place. Good community too. Our fans are pretty dope. Now, if they would unsubscribe from that other Marvel audio drama channel and all subscribe over here, that would be even better.
There we go.
No.
What's the other one?
There's another one?
I've been joking. I don't want to say the name live. There is another more popular audio drama group that does similar stuff to what we do, where they take popular nerd properties and they reinterpret them in the form of audio dramas. I think our stuff is better. I'm not going to say it on stream because I'm being a little judgmental, and there's some crossover, and I don't want to fucking start fights. So I just don't want to say it on live stream. But
I'm
going to DM you 1 minute.
Oh, well, it depends. What are you looking for? Are you looking for tea, or do you have like a genuine question? Okay. But I think they're fine. I just think that a lot of the stuff that we do is better. A lot of their production choices make me go, why did you do that? Not to say we're perfect, but I personally, I get a little salty sometimes because I'm like, why aren't we more popular? Our stuff is better. And I know this particular group was talking about adapting Spider-Man a couple months ago, maybe, and I was like really twitchy, and I'm like, oh, that's gonna hurt real bad.
I've just sort of seen their X-Men stuff in my feed, most likely because like I already was doing X-Men stuff on Spotify in terms of
and it pissed you off, right? You were like, oh, what is this? Yeah.
Like I was making music playlists for my audio productions for the songs that are gonna be in my upcoming audio dramas. So that's probably why Spotify gave me their stuff.
Well, they're very popular. Like they're like massive Reddit threads about their
for like a decade.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't listen to any of them yet, but yeah, I like perused like their synopses and stuff.
Yeah. I don't think they're like bad. No. I just think we're better, and I get salty and competitive because I'm like, yo, what the fuck? But and
it very much is in that 97 zone of like the classic version of the team, and like it's fun.
Yeah. Well, like, see, it's like I gotta be careful talking about properties because if I say too much, it gives it away, and I'm trying not to drama farm. But there's another popular property that they've adapted that like. They've been adapting it for years. And there's like one actor in particular who I think on the main cast is very bad. There's no nice way to say it. I think they're just
it's me.
Bad. Yeah, clearly. I just think it's very poor acting. I would never have cast them in a million years. It's not a question of audio hardware. It's literally just acting ability. It hurts my head. And I know I'm not the only one because you go to any of the YouTube comments on their YouTube uploads. It's like, please recast character X. Please recast character X. And
gosh.
This has been going on for years. And I'm like, oh God.
Well, there we swear.
Right. No, that's what I was going to say. Like, okay, I can at least respect the loyalty. And I hope Christ is loyalty. Because the alternative is that you don't see the bad, and that is terrible.
Man, I can't wait to read the comments on my voice acting when I eventually do my project.
No, it's gonna be great.
Now, most of our commenters are pretty good about respecting the performances.
Yeah, I only saw like one bad one, but it was more like a mild critique. It wasn't the worst.
I got one about my interpretation of Miguel O'Hara, where they were like, "I don't know how I feel about this voice for Miguel O'Hara, but it's more."
I saw that.
I'm very attached to Oscar Isaac, and I was respectfully like, "Well, that's fair. I mean, I think Oscar Isaac's terrible Miguel O'Hara, so there you go." But generally, our audience are pretty gentle with us.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, absolutely. Which is much appreciated.
Thank God.
I mean, I don't know. Ethan apparently gets all the racists.
I've deleted 3 comments, I believe, from that. Which isn't bad,
God.
But I mean...
No, but I mean, like, when you consider that we almost never get those.
For being racist?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, like, wait, was that a thing? Somebody insulted him for being racist? What?
Wait, hold on, what?
I thought playing racist. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I
was just making a joke of like, that was the only terrible comments that we've ever had. Just people thinking that Ethan was actually racist, but he was just playing racist.
Yeah. No. I really don't think. I think the most offensive comments we've gotten is that one person who always used to comment about his fucking toe on your uploads, Chris.
Oh, oh my god. Yeah, that was like I think it's been like 2 years now. I used to like every month or whatever, so he like come back. It's like, oh, he's back. But then yeah, he just sort of vanished into the ether. Hopefully that guy is living his best life.
Yeah. I hope his toe's okay.
Hopefully, so I'm praying for that toe.
Maybe that's he stopped commenting because the toe fell off and there was no way to keep
he's
the
like, I can't talk about
There's
anything
no content anymore.
No more toe content. Well, I'm out of here.
I mean,
there's nothing to overshare.
You can't even market that shit anymore. Like OnlyFans is not churned for amputee content. I don't think.
The lack of representation.
Out there doing some good work.
I mean, they always say
representation for feet pics.
They always say
an adult.
Oh well, you're out of luck. The doc actually was probably one of the more mature people here, and he left, so I think you're fucked.
We're screwed. Yeah, it's over, guys.
But for real, I love you guys. I love my X-Men.
Yes.
Oh! I thought you said you loved your ex, and I was like,
I mean, I do that too, but
that's something you should. You should do some therapy about that, my friend. Off stream. No, I get you.
Fuck, it's entirely different circumstances, on that one, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, can you imagine just make an X-Men relationship drama and then it's literally just endless X puns?
Oh my god, that'd be so good. Jean and Scott have broken up.
I mean, unfortunately, they've already made that joke plenty of times, but I guess
we can make it again. There's more room.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
There's probably plenty of avenues there.
Yeah, fucking No, I'm excited. I think we're halfway through the year, and we haven't put out much content, but I think it's one video. I think the end of the year is gonna be really cool.
Oh, we're gonna pop off. We're gonna go crazy. I got 2 things. I gotta swam together eventually.
Well, we gotta do that one shot too. Did you talk to
Oh, I haven't. Yeah, not yet, but I should. In the
it's a message, Chris. You could do it right now. What the fuck?
No, I don't know how to do that.
My voice is back. I could literally record this shit for you tomorrow, and then before you know it, you'd have more content.
All right, let's do it.
I kind of regret that. For some background who are only seeing the channel and haven't seen behind the scenes. When I recorded the announcement video for the X-Men stuff to give to Chris, I did it on my phone because of the fact that where I literally had to hold the button the entire recording for how it works on the phone. And I was doing it that way because my laptop again was donated to Asus Repair to fix it up. And they were conning me the entire time and not actually fixing my automatic shutdown process. And it's I was halted in various avenues on production and voice acting and stuff for them to do for literally an entire year.
Oh my god. That is painful.
And so I had to go to the library for the podcasts. I had to, press record on my phone in another room for the announcement video stuff for Hand of Chris. There's a lot of stuff I had to circumvent for so long. But now my tech operation is back up and running. So,
yeah. There we go. Yeah, it was a long road, but it all worked out.
Yeah.
It literally just required me telling them just give me a replacement at this point.
Yeah, right. Honestly,
if you're not repairing my stuff, then just give me something in the back lot, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'll take you to court for this.
Oh my god! As we're talking about this, I'm scrolling down my Facebook feed, and I see a statement from Herschel Ali talking about how he's ready for Blade, but he doesn't know where Marvel is at right now, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And it's like, just
when Black Widow and Blade are fighting dinosaurs before Blade.
Like, just
give it to me. I'll make it right now. All right. I'll shoot it in my backyard.
The Blade movie. What the fuck? Like,
how hard is it? He's a vampire hunter, man. Like, that's easy.
I genuinely have to feel like rainbow capitalism is genuinely the problem behind the scenes with the Blade movie. It's the only explanation. Is they're too afraid of, like, we want to make it progressive, but we don't want to. How do we do that without horseshoe theorying this? Like, how do we fuck it? You know, like, they're like, oh, we should make it for black people, and then they're like, whoa, hold on, we have to appeal to a more general audience. We can't hone in on a demographic like that. And then someone's like,
how
okay,
made those last three so successful, made by a racist.
Exactly. You're picking up what I'm putting down. So I feel like that has to be the reason behind the scenes that this stupidly simple movie concept is taking so long.
It can't be that hard. They've seen Sinners, right? Just do that, but change it a little bit.
You're right. You could literally do it. Listen, there is a cool black superhero called Blade. He's got a katana. He wears sunglasses at night. And yes, Victor, I know that he's meant to be British and walk around in a green shirt. Be quiet. Nobody thinks of that when they think of Blade and haven't for more than 30 years.
That's true.
Blade, now and forever, is a cool-looking black man who is not British. He sounds like Wesley Snipes, and he wears a black leather jacket and sunglasses at night.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Falcon?
I mean,
in terms of the British era, I divide it into two eras.
That's his theme song.
I divide it between his Shaft days and his Wesley Snipe days.
Unironically, though, Star just had a genius moment. If there is not a moment in the Blade, if there's not a moment in the Blade movie where he's massacring a room full of vampires while that song is playing.
Yeah, give it to me.
But I want my money back.
Right?
Like, what the fuck? Like,
just cancel the movie at that point if it's not in there.
No, unironically, like, this soundtrack needs to entirely be comprised of Run the Jewels.
It can't be as bad as Snow White live action.
The real Snow White movie actually is called The Death of Snow White, and it's a horror B movie reimagining of Snow White. And that looks dope as fuck.
I haven't seen the trailer for this. I guess too many of these horror projects made after copyrights have been ended.
I'm being semi-ironic. I don't really have a huge. I don't have that much of an issue with though Rachel Ziegler Snow White. I'm not a right-wing grifter, so I'm not gonna pretend that I care that much about fucking Snow White as a 36-year-old man with a 2-year-old.
I'm a big Disney brain head, so I'm of course obsessed with this stuff, but not like they are, where they haven't even really seen these movies, and they're more just using it as vehicles for their monetary platform.
I mean, listen, I'm not gonna pretend that. I mean, I've talked about this before. I do think there's something we said about, like, when you have movies that have diverse characters in them, it can be a little bit like navigating a minefield when you're trying to criticize those movies, because it's unfortunately the climate we're living in. We're so inundated with racist assholes, especially in the YouTube critic space, that if you have a movie that's, like, headed up by, like, a minority actor, and you're like, man, I really fucking hate that movie, it is an unfortunate reality that people are going to look at you like, oh, really? Why do you hate
about it? Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, I've literally had that interaction, though, like, when I've, not with movies, but I've had that when I talk about my dislike for Miles Morales, and like, you know, I've had that. I remember the one fucking Twitter asshole where I was like, yeah, I don't really like Miles Morales for a whole slew of reasons, but I get why he's important and why people like him. And the guy was like, oh yeah, why? Because you're racist? And I was like, what? Do you know anything about me? What are you talking? No, I mean, and I proceeded to try to explain, like, no, this is the problem I have with Miles. It has very little to do with the character himself. It's more with how he's used and the context in which he exists. And I also don't like most legacy characters very much when they operate at the same time in the same space as the character they're a legacy of. Like, if you took Miles and moved him out to fucking Tennessee or whatever, I would have less of an issue.
Yeah, amazing. Tennessee Spider-Man.
Or whatever the fuck, right? But yeah, like they...
and
when I was like... But then when I was like, yeah. And then when I was like, I mean, I didn't like it when fucking Miguel was in the present. And I didn't like it when Ben was... and Kane existed in the same city as Peter, and those are literally the same guys. Like, I don't... It's not about race. They literally don't like multiple variants existing in the same space. I think it clutters things. I think it takes away from the uniqueness of the character. And I go on this whole thing, acting in good faith, trying to explain my frustration with the current state of Marvel publishing, and then Homeboy at the end comes back with, so you're just racist. I was like, oh my god! Fuck. And like, fuck that guy. But it is, I do, on some level, I understand the militancy, but it does make, you know...
if it is for some comfort, Joe, you are not as racist as the Lotus guy.
I'm sorry, as what?
As the Lotus guy. The one
well, to be fair, the bar is in hell, but yeah.
Work on Lotus, is also Spider-Man in the same production. But, you know.
I mean, to be fair, look, I had enough awareness that when I was writing Batman, I was like, I don't like Duke Thomas very much. I don't think most writers like Duke Thomas very much. There's not a lot to do with this character that I, you know, don't care about. So I was like, I'm going to get rid of him in this universe. But I was also like, that's optically kind of shitty, getting rid of the only notable black member of the Bat family.
Oh, no.
So I put the effort in to find a suitable alternative that I think are going to make people really happy. No spoilers because this is a live stream, but like, I do put thought into my representation. God damn it. I just, some characters mean more to me than others. Nobody wanted to write Steel for the DC ADU, and I'm shocked. Like, nobody's pitched Steel. Nobody's pitched Steel, to my knowledge. Chris, you organized a lot of notes for me.
No Steel.
Nobody pitched Steel? Okay.
No.
I would love to pitch Steel.
All right.
I think, I'm going to be real. I think part of the problem is most of our creators are a bunch of white boys. I think that's genuinely an issue we have with our diversity a little bit.
Yeah. I personally love Steel's adventures. Literally in my Superman story, he's one of the core characters.
I like, well, it's like a problem I had when we were throwing around Wonder Woman, when I realized I couldn't write Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. It just wasn't tenable, and I was like, okay, I want to open it up. I remember, like, Ethan, I think, was the one who was like, I'd love to write Wonder Woman, and I was like, I feel like I should try to find a female writer for this, and then I realized we have one. And she hasn't read much Wonder Woman.
Read up.
I have to. I think the last time we had that discussion, I was like, "Okay, Layla, you do a lot of reading. Ethan, I'm gonna attach a woman to you. We're gonna." I know it's a bit identity politicsy, but that made me a little uneasy. I was like, I don't know, man. I feel like it's Wonder Woman, man. It's the ambassador of all female superheroes. You get what I mean? Like, I really wanted a woman in that room.
It definitely is like why I'm still antsy even of James Gunn announcing that he finally is doing Wonder Woman plans at all.
I think Well, is he writing all of these? Because if he's just
not
producing
all
it,
of them, but he has done some of them where he wants to go hands-on. So I'm just like, waiting until he announces someone else.
Yeah, well, he also just has a bad reputation. Like, I don't think his women are as terrible as some people make them out to be.
No.
But he has that optics attached where people are like, "Ooh, you're not great at writing women." So like I feel like the best thing he could do is get like a notable female director in on board. Like
absolutely.
Not Patty Jenkins though. Jesus. That was fucking we don't need more Zionist Wonder Woman. No. I never liked Gal Gadot that much to begin with.
I don't think it's really Patty Jenkins' fault on Gal Gadot's views though.
No.
I don't really think that's really like they conspire behind the scenes or whatever, YouTube.
No, yeah.
Yes.
I just never
like actress around the time. Like hell, Zack Snyder.
Oh no, yeah.
Mm,
I don't think there's any kind of conspiracy or anything. I just, as an aside, I never liked her as Wonder Woman to begin with because just, and again, I was not a super Wonder Woman fan, to be fair, but my main exposure to Wonder Woman had been Linda Carter and
Susan Eisenberg.
Yeah, Susan Eisenberg. Thank you. I was going to say Susan Sarandon, and that was not the right one. So that heavily accented, super skinny. And again, I really want to be careful when I talk about the physical appearances of women. Wonder Woman to me should be like a Greek goddess in physique. She should look like she should look like she could crush my head like a grape. And I just didn't get physical. To me, Gal Gadot always looked like she was wearing cosplay. And and that's a very personal thing. I know some people saw her and they were like, that's awesome. I just didn't get that heroic
it's also
vibe.
The iconography too.
Olivia Munn as Psylocke.
That was closer, but I also felt like she looked. I got cosplay vibes off of her too, but less.
Plus, her appearance is brief. I think that also lends itself to that, and it's like you can't really give yourself the presence of a character when you have no character in terms of.
To be fair, also though, The Newsroom is one of my favorite shows of all time. So anytime I see clips from X-Men Apocalypse, I just think of Sloan Sabbath, and I'm like, what? What are we doing? If you guys haven't seen The Newsroom, it's a very cool, snappy, witty drama about a newsroom, and Olivia Munn is one of the regular characters on there. So I just, I think about that. So then anytime I see X-Men Apocalypse, I'm like, what? Whoa, Whiplash! Holy shit!
But when it comes to Wonder Woman, I'm gonna give one conflicting hot take of like recent news that popped up, which was, the Wonder Woman video game, like from years back, was being made, and they announced that they were going with a very first for DC, which is like movie synergy deal.
God.
Of like, not only was she gonna look like Wonder Woman, they're gonna go with a very Gal Gadot direction in terms of, I guess, who they're going to hire to play Wonder Woman in the game. Which I felt was a shame. I really wanted Susan Eisenberg to play Wonder Woman in the game to sort of match how things already were going with the Arkham series before it.
That would have been awesome.
And therefore, Susan Eisenberg would get her own personal Wonder Woman story. So I was just like, okay, yes, it's a crowning achievement of this being the first Wonder Woman game, but it's like, this could have been a bigger one. This could have been a better achievement there.
My biggest problem with the Wonder Woman game was that they were going to make it like a God of War clone. Like, they literally described it as such.
I mean, they've done so because, the writer for the story on it was was the one behind God of War.
Hey, welcome.
Hello, Linda. Glad to have you on. Our dear Linda Donaldson has joined us.
Yes.
Don't be shy. We're just hanging and we're nerding out.
Having a good time.
I was just having a Wonder Woman game rant.
Oh yeah. Rest in peace.
The game that.
But yeah, like the game was canceled, and and yeah, I was looking forward to it because no, it was not entirely just a God of War clone. They were also involving the Nemesis system.
Well, no. Yeah, like there's that. But my thing was more they were like, no, it's gonna They talked about it like it was entirely gonna take place like around Themyscira, and it was gonna be like
that was confirmed. That part was
immersed in like the Greek lore and stuff. And I'm like, oh, so it's not a superhero game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it's not about.
It's true.
That was true.
It's not about saving. It's not about saving the lives. It's not about inspiring people. It's not about, bridging the gap between cultures. It's not about addressing gender dynamics. It's none of that. Okay, so I'm out. I don't care now. Thank you. I was so pissed. That was another thing I was fighting with people on Twitter about. I was like, and I admit it again, I'm not a big Wonder Woman fan. Which is why I really like Tom King's Wonder Woman. Like I was like, oh, this is Wonder Woman for me, and I really like this, and she's really cool. I love the way he writes her voice, her cadence. I love the way he writes her more like a diplomat. I love how she's super measured and in control. I like that. I love the artist, and I'm blanking on his fucking name. Oh, I love his take on her so much, and I can't remember. I'm blanking, but you know what I'm talking about, Chris.
I do.
Whoever that artist is, he draws her with biceps as big as my head, and I love him. He will enter the kingdom of heaven. Dude. But yeah, I don't know. I like superhero stuff.
I'm personally a big Perez fan, which is why I think the Greek stuff applied to Wonder Woman can indeed be good for a Wonder Woman story when it's like a half and half between the superhero stuff.
Yeah, well, when the Greek stuff and the Themysciran stuff informs her life as a superhero and a diplomat, I think that's cool. If you just want to tell a story and it's all about, it's like when you make a Punisher story and you're like, I know this is the Punisher, but it's not going to be about him running around being a vigilante, fighting the mob and killing child molesters and serial killers. It's going to be about his flashbacks to being a Marine, and it's going to be about military conspiracies, and he's going to sit in dark rooms and be sad rather than killing bad guys. And it's like, oh, you didn't want to write the Punisher. You wanted to write a Tom Clancy show. Okay. I'm out. I don't care now. You've taken these characters I really love and you've ruined them. That's dramatic. I don't like to say you ruined them, but you did not make a show for me. Yeah, you did not make an adaptation for me.
Different side of their story kind of deal.
Yeah, but it's often in ways that I feel like the value is lost. And I understand that's a very individual opinion, but it's
kind of a different story compared to slanderizing
the core of the.
And it's like you're just focusing on a different aspect that may not necessarily be as iconic or as well liked, but then
right,
space,
and it's like do that in a sequel or something, man. Like do the buy me in first, wine me and dine me.
As we were talking about the first Wonder Woman game, you gotta have all the iconic elements first,
Yeah,
and then you can go on from there and introduce the other stuff,
Yeah,
it's why the Insomniac Spider-Man games went over the iconic stuff in the first one, and then to go into the black suit in the second one.
Assassin's Creed it, man. Why isn't half the game her in modern day acting as a superhero and a diplomat, and then half the levels or a third of the levels are flashbacks to her training with the Amazons?
Yeah, that's a good
and
idea.
Maybe
about that,
like fighting
for
yeah, and it could be like her fighting a villain. Fuck it, man. Have the flashbacks be
that existential stuff with Dawn Troy too, since they were both the same age.
Just do that. Yeah, you could even have a level where Hippolyta is Wonder Woman and she's punching Nazis to death.
Ooh.
As they try to reach on Themyscira. There could be a super cool level where it's Hippolyta wearing a different Wonder Woman uniform and she's just going to town on Nazis. And that could be fun as hell.
Yeah, got all the variety there. Alternate skins through Legacy and things like that.
Exactly. I'm not saying like get rid of all that stuff. I just don't like that it was gonna seemingly be the focus, and I'm like, that's not the appeal of superheroes. Like if you just want Gods of Egypt, the video game, like okay, I guess. I'm not saying like Egypt. Sorry, you know what I mean. I'm not trying to be culturally insensitive, but you get the vibe I meant. Yeah.
There's been some cool stuff in that zone and some stuff that hasn't. It's all independent.
Yeah.
Like the reason I love George Perez's Perez's run was because like a lot of that involved Wonder Woman interacting with other cultures and like speaking different like languages and stuff. Like that was all really cool.
I think that's the thing too. I think Wonder Woman's meant to be like the poster child of women's empowerment, and I think too often she's written by men who are too afraid to say the wrong thing. And so I think we shy away from really hot button topics with Wonder Woman because we don't want to, I don't know why we don't just give opinionated women the writing reins for Wonder Woman, but we never seem to do that.
I'm curious. If that's the case, is there anybody that did it right?
I don't know. I am not a huge Wonder Woman reader until recently, so I don't feel comfortable to speak on that. What about you, Victor? You're more of a fan than me.
Like I said, Perez and Simone would probably have to be my top picks of like Wonder Woman writers that have done like a lot of good work. Like, and Simone has also done like plenty of other amazing superheroes as well in the genre. So like not dismissing her to just
I feel like she's
the female characters, but
someone needs to take her Twitter away though. I gotta say, like, holy shit, like. She gets locked into stupid Twitter fights so often with people that are so far beneath her.
I mean, to be fair, so many DC writers lately and people involved.
No, yeah, it's not
Twitter
just
corrupted them all.
No, it's true.
Twitter is corrupting. It is all.
There are days though.
It's too powerful.
There are days where I feel like Gail's gonna go the way of Dan Slott though, and I'm like, oh God, please, Miss Simone, don't do it, don't do it. I don't think she's fallen off.
I'm just saying though, like if she does, all of them would at once by then. It's like the complete Twitter breakage of all their minds.
I can't believe I'm about to agree with. I feel dirty saying this. I can't believe I'm about to agree with Comicsgate on one small thing, which is I do think there should be more of a social media policy at a lot of these companies. I don't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to have their opinions. I think that that's fair. I think like, you should be able to be a public figure with public opinions.
Yeah,
I don't think you should be mandated that like your social, if you work for the big two, your social media should be about nothing but promoting your comics. I don't agree with that. I just
especially
think like
that gets you like a ton of criticism anyway. It's like
exactly.
Yeah, this guy exists to be a corporate shill. They've been laying to the office, and their independence is drained. Blah 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 blah.
I think there should be a vague enough policy about decorum when engaging with customers.
Yeah,
that
as representatives.
That if need be, somebody can come up behind you and go, "Hey, we're done. Don't reply to this thread anymore."
Yeah,
like just fucking like case by case basis. Like just someone should be able to come up behind you in the virtual bullpen because they don't work in bullpens anymore, and just go like, "Hey." Yeah, like stop.
You can walk off now.
Like, I would not hate Dan Slott quite so much if someone had taken his Twitter away 10 years ago. By the way, I apologize. There's a lot of quiet people in chat, and I thank you for hanging with us. But I'm sorry if this is boring. We're kind of just nerding out over here.
Sorry. I did actually receive your lines there. We've just not been able to organize them right.
No, you're good. I'm the kind of person that does stuff super early, so I do not blame you at all.
Same, yeah.
It's probably why it was incidentally a good idea that I set such a late deadline, was because like a lot of unforeseen complications could show up, and this heat wave seems to be the first one. It's like hard to differentiate like which lines work the best if I'm like dying in the middle of like 80-degree weather.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
It's not, the most differentiating time for my brain to pick up voices and, of the same person, organizing them.
Who's producing for you, Victor? Are you doing it, or are you having Chris do it, or Brian?
So far, it's been me and Chris. So far, the X-Men.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So then that's just the team here.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian did do one thing for me, which was he helped make the subtitle for my thumbnail that I photoshopped myself. Actually.
Yeah.
Dude, that man is so cool. He's always looking for ways to help.
Yes.
It's like, stop.
Yeah.
Saint Brian over here.
It was a small element, but yeah, he definitely helped for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I already had one that was sort of okay, but I was just like, yeah, it could be better. And yeah, Brian provided one.
Yeah. Pika, how do you actually like to be addressed? I know how you like to be credited, but I'm actually not sure what to call you.
I'm fine with whatever. You call me Pika, Peek, Skylar, Skylar Rose. I don't care. I go by a lot of things.
No, okay. I just
so I'm not picking.
I wasn't sure, so I was like, wait, shit. Okay, what do I do?
I was gonna say, wait, you're part of the what's it called? The Sims 4 project, right?
Yeah. I'm the poor schmuck in charge of it, actually. Yeah, that's me. Yep. Nope. I forgot you were in here too, and I was like, oh shit, okay.
I was gonna say, I recognized your profile picture. I'm like, wait a second.
I'm like a bad penny, man. I just keep turning up.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, when I don't write gritty crime romances that in using aesthetics that weren't made for it, I do comic book audio drama stuff.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
Man of many hats.
Chris actually got to read the scripts before any of you, actually. I think I sent it. Didn't I send it to you, Chris?
Yes, you
first?
did, and it was great. Yes.
Yeah.
We had, like,
Did
a
I
whole
send you?
meeting to talk about it? Yeah.
Oh yeah. And he pumped me up real good. He's like, "Oh no, it's so good. It's so good. It's so noir. I love it."
Hooked from the first page. Yes.
And Chris was hooked enough that he agreed to play a rapist who gets shot in the first episode. No, actually, I'm sorry, stabbed in the first episode.
Favorite.
Dies immediately.
I always wanted to die immediately.
That was, for the record, for anybody who doesn't know, that was in the casting call. That was like, hey,
I remember.
I gotta do that one.
This guy sucks, but if it helps, he dies for it immediately. It's okay.
Don't worry, person trying to get work. You get the catharsis of less.
Yeah,
well, because nobody
from the anime school days.
Well, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, no, you have to sit through 12 episodes for that. He gets stabbed to death in the last episode. But he had it coming. No, I'm just very used to working with, I try to be, when I'm dealing with sensitive topics, I try to be really communicative and upfront. So I don't know where people's boundaries are, so I'm just like, I don't know if it helps. Consequences follow immediately. Because that was a role that took a lot of not a lot of people were auditioning for at first, obviously, because who wants to play that fucking guy? Yeah, Chris is like, I'll take one for the team.
He just slowly raise his hand.
I don't play those characters. I can't do characters that perpetrate sexual violence. So I get it. That's a line that makes me too uncomfortable. I can't do it. I've played physically abusive characters, but I can't do
Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks.
But Chris jumped in on it and he did a really good job, and I was like, oh, dope, awesome. So yeah, he saved my ass because he was the best. The best creepazoid in the lot, Chris.
It's a great honor. Thank you.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
Not while I'm drinking.
I literally thanked him when, different guy that played creep. It was Brian, actually. when he finished
Wait, what?
my thumbnail work, was just like, oh, thank you for this thumbnail. Also, I really thanks for your amazing performance in Jessica Jones and the Gold Creek. Did a great job there.
I mean, funnily enough, also in Hard Case and Vixen is Brian playing the main villain who literally runs a hedonistic cult that is also a human trafficking ring. So like
get him as
he
a nice guy one day.
He plays creeps really well.
We need to play like an angel or something. I don't know, like
yeah.
Just put him in a rom-com, basically.
I think that's the thing. I think that's a pretty common trope, right? That the people that are super nice and kind in real life play amazing bad guys.
Villains,
Early on in my career, such as it is, all I could get were bad guys, and usually like really awful bad guys. But then people would talk to me. They're like, "Oh wow, you're like such a nice person," and I'm like, first of all, that's a fucking lie, but thank you. But it's interesting that you think so, and oh, go ahead.
That does explain why what I end up getting is the comedic relief. I suck at comedy.
No, you know what? You fake it till you make it. What can you do?
I can voice the comedic relief. I cannot say the comedic relief.
I mean, the other thing is I always used to complain about playing bad guys, and then I always write like really morally gray roles for myself, right? Like anytime I'm acting in my own stuff, I always give myself like really, usually not villains, but like really morally compromised anti-heroes. So like, what am I complaining about? Can't get away from it. My heart knows what it needs.
Gotta get those morally gray guys in there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you need a morally gray, kind of grizzled, kind of sarcastic, older gentleman to populate your fiction, I'm your guy. What do you want? Like,
I would like to throw my hat in the ring on that too.
Yeah, right. Hey, listen, we're never gonna go out of style, man. Like, let's go.
Yeah,
exactly.
As someone who also loves playing morally gray characters, I will also toss my hat in there.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we got some morally gray people up in here.
Yeah.
Morally compromised gang, let's go.
Well, I won't entirely spoil it for the VAs that we got in chat as Linda Donaldson and the Beast, but yeah, there's some moral compromising stuff goes on here.
I mean,
like I read the script and I'm like, I am obsessed. Like I was like grinning when I finished it, basically. So.
Oh, now I'm because I haven't read the script for this, so I'm like, I can't wait to find out what we're doing. Oh, well, he hasn't publicly posted it, so I can't read it yet.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I'm excited for the stuff as well, but I know I cannot do it alone. I needed a director kind of to hold hands for my first go round.
Yeah.
You want to do like live direction?
Mention it with Dr.
Yeah,
Zordak
I can't do this by myself. I want to hear other people's suggestions and if they think it's good enough or they can improve.
Yeah.
Because I don't trust my own judgment yet.
No, it's perfectly all right. There's no pressure, no demeaning on that one.
Yeah,
unfortunately, we weren't able to today because it was coincidentally live stream day. But
just
at
do it
some
on the
point,
live
yeah, I
stream.
absolutely would be welcome to.
Yeah, no problem. If we can plan a day or two, that I'm all ears for it. I would love to do that because I am not brave enough to do it myself or be accountable to do so yet.
No problem.
Yeah, no, sure.
I expected that it would come up. That's why I have the big director tag on me. Is for the directing purposes like these.
And yet it says X-Men, where Christopher Z is director guy. Where's the director on the director for Victor X being the director?
He's the
director guy.
You're like he's like the director to end all directors. You see, like he's the one above all of us. That's how that works.
Indeed, it's a whole other type of director, right? I'm simply the director for my projects, which is the X-Men. Well, that's what I'm doing here.
You know, because Chris was silly and gave Victor control of an entire race of people in our shared fanfiction endeavor.
You know how it is.
Average.
I'm so
to be
glad
fair,
that
it was initially like a whole bunch of people, but then like some people.
No, I know. I'm just gonna make fun of Chris for that poor administrative decision forever, and not just because I'm salty because I can't do my version of X-Force, but also because I'm like, oh boy. Listen, eventually, Victor will get to every single entry on his Always Sunny in Philadelphia board. We may need to invent cryogenic suspension to make it work, but we'll get there.
Too hard. Yeah, we can do that.
As things get closer, I think you might find avenues for your plans. So.
I can't judge Victor too much though because I'm still like struggling to get Spider-Man season 1 closed up.
We got this.
I have to get those outlines to you, Chris. But
we all have our struggles here.
Yeah.
I gave up and I was like, yeah, no, I need more people to write episodes. I can't write all 10 episodes of season 1 by myself, or this isn't going to come out until 2028. But we're getting there. You know, and then I'm like, no, I'm going to start a whole new project. That's a great plan. I'm going to write this crime romance drama over here. That's animated. It's way more complicated.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, that's a whole other process.
Actually, because I don't have my roles in front of me, so I apologize. Off the top of my brain, I just get people confused because I see usernames. Which role are you playing for me again?
I'm playing Violet.
Oh, okay, yes. Yes.
The very sadistic, kind of creepy chick at the end of episode 1.
That's a good,
the one who didn't escape. Yeah, no, I love your character. I was actually, I'm a giant dork, so I sometimes start thinking about things that are going to happen to characters in my stories, my productions, and then I start pantomiming them around the house like I'm 12. So literally just the other day, I was like dancing around, like fucking imagining a crazy fight scene that happens like in the middle of the show, and I was like really excited about it. And it's it's very cool. It's very cool.
I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, it's just a very violent attack that happens in the middle of a fucking city street, and I'm like, my character's just like running for his life. While this, like, you know, like crazy violent girl in a leather jacket, like laughing her head off, keeps doing things like, you know, firing off guns and throwing hand grenades at cars. Like, it's going to be, my computer is going to melt when I'm done, but it's going to be worth it. I'm so excited. Oh, God. It's so great. So great. I've been watching the anime Lazarus, and it may have inspired a couple of things. So I'm over here. Kids at home, if you haven't watched Lazarus, don't listen to the haters. It's really good. You should go watch it right now.
I saw the
final
first episode, and I still have not seen the rest, but I will.
At least you've seen the first episode. Man, the show is so cool. People don't get it. Like, I'm gonna be that hipster guy. People don't get it, and I'm glad I'm not them. That show is so good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. No. No, there's a scene where the main character is running from an assassin, and it's really funny because the voiceover is from somebody going like, yeah, this ghost assassin is really dangerous. No one who's ever seen him has like lived to tell the tale. That's why no one can describe what he looks like. And then it's like juxtaposed with our main character caught in a traffic jam caused by this assassin because he like blew up a couple of cars to stall traffic. Because the main character's whole gimmick is hardcore parkour, you see. So I assume it was a tactical choice, like, oh, this guy's too quick, so I'm going to pin him down in the middle of traffic. And then he, sights our guy sitting in his car, this assassin. And so this assassin runs across several cars, jumps on this man's hood, and just starts, like, mag dumping into the windshield, which is fortunately bulletproof. So then it just turns into these two anime guys, like, fighting to the death in the middle of this traffic jam on a highway. And then like knives start getting thrown, cars get blown up. At one point, a tanker gets blown up. And I want to remind you that we opened the scene with, this assassin is so silent and deadly. Nobody knows what he looks like.
Very silent.
So silent.
And I'm like, people were clowning on that scene. And I'm like, dude, that's a deliberate choice. Like, you don't do that. And like, you don't get it. You don't get it. That was intentional. What the fuck? No, I love this show. It's such a vibe. It's so fun. Some of the best fight scenes I've seen in years in anime. Like genuinely, like if you're a weeb cartoon appreciator, go watch Lazarus.
Hell yeah.
No higher recommendation I could give.
I'm sadly not much of an anime guy myself, but yeah, that's just a personal taste thing. I'm not criticizing any guys.
No, you're wrong. Layla. Hello. You're still wrong. It's okay. I still love you. I'm just now looking at our chat. I'm so sorry. Also, Chris, why are there no fucking timestamps on this chat? I'm gonna blame you for the way YouTube works.
What do you mean there are no
It wasn't that long
Wait,
ago.
why are there no timestamps? What? Where'd they put those?
Yeah. There really should be timestamps on this fucking chat.
Yeah. What is this?
Yeah, what you can do is like view when they popped up like afterwards, like when you watch the video that shows when they first pop in. Like, yeah, that's about
We
it.
have to go into the future then.
Ricardo, I don't know if you're still here, but my X-Force lineup was going to include people like my take on X-Force was going to be like X-Men characters, edgier X-Men characters, but it was going to be like the Suicide Squad, where basically a Black Ops military outfit like practically enslaved certain mutants and put them to work doing wet work operations. And it was kind of like a testbed program for the United States government. And it was going to feature characters like, for example, a malformed clone of a powerful telepath and telekinetic who we weren't going to name because I was not sure where it would fall in the timeline, but the clone would have taken to calling itself Madeline, but her code name would have been the Goblin Queen. And it would have been a thing where anytime she used telekinesis, the degradation in her clone brain would make it look to her as though goblins were doing her telekinetic work for her, which is something I shamelessly stole from Ultimate X-Men towards the end before Magneto flooded the world. I was going to do a take on Psylocke where there was going to be like this agent who died, who was like a virulent anti-mutant racist, but very good at her job, killing and hunting mutants. And they were like, it would really suck to waste this agent, so we're going to pop her brain out of her head and pop it in the body of this Asian mutant. And that was going to be my answer to Psylocke. And then I wanted to have magic, but it was literally just going to be magic because magic is cool.
That's true.
Yeah.
And those are the three that I could remember off the top of my head. There were going to be more. I wanted to have like a Wolverine cameo at the end. But then Victor was lame and went, I did the Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing, so I have plans for every mutant you've ever heard of. So sorry, you can't play with the toys.
I can't confirm two of those scenarios could possibly work, but one of them cannot.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I never said Jesus take the wheel. I don't want Jesus' hands on my wheel. Get your hands off my wheel. Okay? I got it. I'm cool. If I can't have the toys, I'm gonna piss all over them. Wait, that's a mixed metaphor.
What?
It works.
Very strange one for sure. Yeah, there's a couple of plans for like a few characters for sure that were listed. I won't spoil them for the chat, but yeah, there's some good ones.
I know I'm gonna be in there somewhere.
There's one that involves you.
As literally the most evil character in the Marvel universe. I can't wait.
That one's gonna be a fun one. I'm collaborating with a few writers to speed things along by that point. And I think we'll probably get something good on there for some of my ideas that I already have in the backlog. That sort of premise. Not entirely spoilers, but this one is sort of based on the film Labyrinth. It's sort of my vibe for one project that involves about Iron Shadow. It's kind of in that zone, and I think a very fantastical, but gothic and strange.
But Victor, here's my question: as representative of all Canadians here on this project,
hey, what the hell are you talking about?
What he's been here longer than you. Be quiet. He outranks you. I've already pronounced him Canadian Prime. What are your plans for the Great Lakes Avengers, the mightiest Avengers team of all time?
They're gonna take over. They're gonna kill the main Avengers.
There are certain like spin-off areas of the X-Men that I'm not really going into per se. In terms of like crossover stuff that are, I guess, a little too far away from them. And the Great Lakes Avengers would be one of them.
I'm just saying, Chris. West Coast Avengers, man.
We gotta do it. We gotta do it. It's gotta happen.
And, same with Alpha Flight, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure someone will bring the light. I'd be happy to be a Canadian consultant on those sort of things.
Who are the regular mainstays of Alpha Flight? There's Sasquatch. There's Puck, I want to say.
Puck is usually a mainstay.
Right.
North Star,
right.
For sure.
Yeah.
Are they all mutants on Alpha Flight? I can't even remember.
It is a mutant team,
Okay.
Snowbird.
What are the Canadian? Did we ever really get into this in X-Men? Like the comics, like how different countries view mutants? Or is it like mutants are hated everywhere
I think
forever?
only recently have they actually gone into the politics of it with Alpha Flight, in that they were affected by the Krakoa drama recently, so they were actually brought into, these mutant conflicts for a change, instead of just being the superhero team who happened to be made out of mutants.
Yeah.
Because every time I see them, like, it very much brings up that, paradox for me. Like, I saw them cameo in X-Men, in the original X-Men 90 show. And it's like, it was during their prison camp episode of, like, on Genosha. And my only question is, like, damn, because of racists in the U.S., suddenly an entire Canadian superhero team just disappears off the map for like manual forced labor, and like what the hell happens if like the Skrulls invade Canada? Like,
they're done. Yeah, Canada is
what
gone.
exactly are they gonna do? Like, oh, I'm sorry, the U.S.
Their
was
one
racist
line of
today.
defense is gone.
Which is a little ironic now, because Amazon Prime and Crave have a new show called Super Team Canada.
Yeah.
What?
I ain't shitting, man.
Is that a Canadian-only show? Because I feel like I haven't seen anything about that. Okay, maybe
it's
that's
most likely is just
region locked.
The ones I can think of that are in the show people might know is like Will Arnett, Kobe Smulders, and Kevin McDonald from Kids in the Hall, or Pleakley from Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah, those are very iconic Canadian.
Gotcha.
I should check that out. I've been seeing like a lot of Canadian sci-fi.
And actually, hold on a sec. One of my teachers, Brian Drummond, it's over 9,000 Vegeta will be in the show too.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, there we go. Awesome. Oh, I do. I actually, I have seen like images from this before. Yeah, I recognize this. Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know why. This discussion just makes me think of the Gone Too Soon Amazon Tick adaptation. I don't know why. But now I just can't. Yeah, man. Remember, we had it so good for a minute there.
Man.
Not exactly the original cartoon Tick, but it's pretty close.
No, it was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Unlike the first live action one.
That one was pretty good. But I think I like the newer one a little bit better, obviously, because they tried to put a little bit more grit and pathos into it while still keeping it a comedy. And I think that kind of hit me more where I like things to be on a personal level, I just don't fuck with things that are too lighthearted. I'm broken inside, you see. So
But yeah, it's like sorry, it's hard to get ideas to the brain when I'm cooking inside.
No.
Yeah, it's all
80
cool.
degrees. But,
I'm gonna dip soon because it's not right now, but soon because I'm melting in my office. So
I gotta work tomorrow in the heat for 7 hours. That'll be cool.
I keep forgetting you have a fucking real job now.
Yeah,
God damn
I
it.
do. I have to work outside.
You should quit so you can work on audio dramas full time again.
Quit right now.
Chris, I'm just saying, Hey, Chris, if you just open up that fucking Patreon, you have
what? I didn't think about that. Yeah. What?
You have like 4,000 people following you. If we could convert 10% of those to paying supporters, I'm just saying, dude, bro, what the fuck?
Man.
Yeah, a little help here and there if you know what I mean. Wink, 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 wink.
No, you're new to this team. You have no fucking idea how many times we've gotten comments on where people are like, "Hey, so when is there going to be a Patreon? Because I want to give you my money." And this motherfucker is over here like, "Oh man, that's a great idea. I should really do that. I won't though, because only I can make fun of him like this. Don't do it. I'll kill you." But he really doesn't need to do it though, Chris.
Tomorrow is
he's too good of a person, and it makes him uncomfortable to take money from people. But I've been trying to win him over with pitches of how we could use it more for giving back to the team than where I'm like, it doesn't have to line your pockets, brother. We just have to put it back into the dramas, come on.
Yeah.
That's usually how Patreon works, I think.
Yeah. Well,
no. Oh, you sweet summer child. No, it's not. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna put this back in the project by buying every
into the projects. I mean, maybe it's because I only see very rare Patreons where they actually do put the money in the project. So I don't know. Maybe the rest of them are all greedy pieces of garbage.
Sometimes putting it into the projects is I use this money to buy things that make me happy, and then that frees up.
That worked for the project.
Yeah,
this one worked for the project because I no longer have to move anywhere.
I'm opening up my mental bandwidth. That is through self-care. That is putting into the project.
This anime statue was helping my mental health. It's working.
Yeah. No.
I feel emotionally validated with this life-size Gundam.
Okay.
Darn right.
To be fair, I'm not even a Gundam hardcore fan, but if you gave me any sizable amount of money, I'm buying a life-size Gundam. What the fuck? That's just a...
That's you got it at that point.
Which Gundam? Gundam Wing? Gundam Seed?
I'm buying a giant robot. We have surpassed my level of autism. I can't name the Gundams. I have my own things that I'm super passionate about. I think Gundams are cool. I just don't know them well enough to start fucking listing off the different series. I think the only one that I've seen a serious number of episodes of is honestly Iron-Blooded Orphans. Or it's Iron Blood, or I forget which. But you know what I mean? That one, the one that's like Game of Thrones but with mechs.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, that one's really good. It's very hardcore. It's kind of about child soldiers. It gets into some really spicy territory. You'd like it actually as a history buff, Chris.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't directly reference any historical battles, but it's just there are elements to the plot that I think as a history buff, I think you'd be like, oh man, okay, I see where this is going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like this already. What?
Yeah. It starts with an uprising of child soldiers against the adults that are taking advantage of them, and then it snowballs from there. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. This actually sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah. It was all the rage for a hot minute, and then it fucking I mean, it didn't die off. It's just it had its moment in the sun, and then I think the problem is
flash in the pan per se. It just gradually was less relevant.
Yeah, I think the issue is there's so many Gundams and Gundam series, and they each have their diehard fans, and I think. And again, I'm speaking as a layman here who just kind of pays attention to Gundam very tangentially, but I feel like Iron-Blooded Orphans was maybe a little too different from a lot of the more mainline Gundam stuff, and maybe that's why, like, if you're a big fan of Gundam already, Iron Blood Orphans is probably like, ooh, that's at the risk of sounding like a white person, it's a little too spicy. You know.
and then along came the kid spin-off called SD Superior Defender Gundams.
I'm probably one of the few that is an exception on the whole spice thing.
Man.
It's just Marvel and comics are not my thing, but I do enjoy it. I'm more of an old school anime dude.
Based. No, dude, like who doesn't like, well, I don't know how many anime heads we have here, but I love my Japanese cartoons. I'm saying that intentionally. I do love anime. I'm more of like an early 2000s guy. I didn't watch a lot of the big gritty OVAs from the 80s and the 90s.
Actually, what was your first exposure to it?
Well, if we want to get technical, my first exposure to anime was Sailor Moon when I was a child watching the dub on USA Kids.
Okay.
But my first exposure to anime as an act of active, aware consumption, like I know that this is anime and I am choosing to get invested in it and letting it ruin my life. I was 16. There was a girl in my school and her name was Nicole. And I really liked Nicole, and I saw her getting big into manga. And I didn't know fucking when it came to anime and manga, but I really liked this girl, and I wanted to be able to talk to her about stuff. So I turned to my friend, who I knew was big into anime, and I fucking says to him, his name is Anthony, and I says, Anthony, I says, you got these Cowboy Bebop DVDs you won't shut the fuck up about. Be a homie. Burn me some copies. Because this was the 2000s and we burned CDs and DVDs long ago in the before time. And
the days of Plaza and LimeWire.
Not only did I get my brother from another mother to hook me up with these bootleg copies of Cowboy Bebop, he spoiled the ending for me, by the way, in the same breath of giving me the CDs. I hated him for that. Still love Cowboy Bebop though, but imagine watching that show knowing what's coming. And then I went out and I bought a couple volumes of fucking Full Metal Panic, if anybody's read those manga. And it I was like, oh, this is insane. I kind of love this dopey romantic comedy. I didn't even know that seinen existed yet at that point in my life. But I never made any progress with the girl, but I'm a weeb forevermore.
There you go.
I'll get you on this one. All right. So my first exposure, if anybody knows this anime, Ninja Scroll.
Yeah, Ninja Scroll's pretty old hat. Yeah, I know Ninja Scroll.
But get this, age 3.
Shit, I'm amazed you still remember it. Goddamn. It must have been a core memory.
Oh yeah, it was core memory, all right. I was thinking, how did that guy turned into stone? Why is that a stone guy have a blade in his eye? Why is that a stone guy have a blade between his head? Why is the stone man's head sliding down the fucking blade with blood going down the... Oh, dear Lord.
Uh-oh.
That was my first thing.
You know?
Yeah. Listen, I have a 2-year-old. I'm sitting here going like, I'm very careful about what I watch in front of him. I'm just like, oof, not to insult anybody in your life. I never would have let my 3-year-old watch fucking Ninja Scroll. God damn. You either had the best childhood or the worst, my friend.
The answer is
yes.
Yes.
Respect. Oh man. What old OVAs have I? I think the first one that I like when I was getting big into anime, you know what caught my attention? Guyver. So when my parents, shortly after I got into anime, was when we first got like on-demand TV. Do you guys remember, like back in the day, you used to, it was a thing, like you bought the cable package and then like on your TV, you could like select from the channels and like watch things like on-demand, things available at certain times. It was like Netflix before Netflix.
Yep.
How much of a boomer am I sounding like? You guys know what I'm talking about? Okay.
I do. I was there.
Okay.
I actually
You don't sound that old, dude.
Video.
I'm 36, and I'm used to talking to people in their 20s, so I guess I'm always like...
I mean, you're still talking to someone in their 20s here.
Oh,
so.
yeah, same.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
I am.
Are you the
I am
baby of
technically
this
in my
pod?
20s.
I think Victor's the baby of this call, but
yeah, maybe actually, yeah.
23. Yeah.
Oh, I just turned.
Oh my god.
I just turned 23 earlier this month, so.
Oh my god.
I'm the youngest person in this call.
I got such a young person to play such a horrible, dangerous character, but like whatever.
Yeah. Listen, I'm used to playing those kinds of roles because I'm such a gremlin and I have chaotic energy, so I will put that to good use.
No, I'm looking forward to it. I remember just your audition because I got like over 400 auditions for that fucking project.
Oh my god.
I couldn't believe that shit, man. But I remember specifically like there were a couple of really good ones, but I remember yours like really stood out. It was like a really good balance between like audio quality, but then also like really a stellar performance. And I was like, oh yeah, hell yeah, let's go. And you may be a little young, but at least you're not like under 18, blatantly ignoring the shit I put like I think in bold in my casting call where I was like,
literally,
hey, oh my god,
and for me, it was kind of home runish because the Beast was very intellectual, but I tend to, since I'm autistic, I tend to talk very technical and kind of intellectual. So it's kind of a 2 and 2 together. I was just using what I had as my advantage, and I just thank God you accepted it.
Yeah, no,
really good. Yeah.
This is freaking me out now, Mark. No offense to you, man. It's just the fact that I'm also Canadian and autistic.
Unite.
Wait, so what you're telling me is that all Canadians are secretly autistic? Okay, all Canadians are ASD, confirmed.
Well, say that to RFK.
Yeah, he'll put you all on the wellness farms. Well, to be fair,
coincidentally, Canada is a nuke target by the.
To be fair, I am not diagnosed ASD, but I am diagnosed ADHD, which is like the bastard cousin of ASD with a lot of overlap. And I've also never undergone an autism screening. I'll say this: if they confirmed an ASD diagnosis for me, no one would be surprised, including me.
You know,
so
if you were diagnosed with ASD, you know what can help you? LSD.
Because that's what I take right now. Oh, well, I'm not opposed, but I'm very careful about drugs because I'm a foster parent. So I just need to be very careful about what I put in my body. I'm not opposed to drugs. I just tend to stay away from them because well, we don't undergo drug screening as part of our certification, but I'm responsible for a little one, so I just try to be very careful about what I do.
Understandable, dude. I just want to be corny with the play of words.
Oh, no. I mean, I thought you were being genuine. I was like, fuck yeah, drugs. Let's go.
ASD, LSD.
No, I love how, like here we just the autism is bringing people together. It's a beautiful thing.
Either factor before casting.
Oh no, he was absolutely screening for autism. Like that was the thing. He's like, if you want to play Hank McCoy, you better be a fanatic about trains. Okay, that's all I'm saying. What the fuck? It's like required in this world.
I definitely wanted that analytical energy that you were just talking about. Yeah, I did want that sort of vibe for this production. That is definitely one of my core searches there between all the auditions that I received. Was just like, and I just feel like there's like an obsession there with certain topics,
Yeah,
that kind of energy.
Oh man, I wish Dr. Throwback was still here. He'd be having a blast right now. With stuff. I think he had to.
Sure.
I think he had to go when I got up to
gathering gang.
When I got up to get my tea, and then I came back, and then he was gone. And I was really sad.
He saw his moment to escape.
Yeah, no, it's fair. I mean, I'd run for me too. Actually, I actually feel really bad. I think Star left because I was talking about the death of your character in my show, Chris, and some of those more sensitive topics, they freak her out a little bit. So I hope she didn't leave because of that. But it happens. No,
yeah, don't worry, Mark. We'll schedule the thing with Dr. Frog.
Yeah.
Much appreciated, dude. Much appreciated.
That's more of a a private direction thing rather than some broadcast like this.
Oh,
no, fuck it, do it live.
I'll show you my availability if it's necessary.
For sure. Yeah, I definitely would like to see that in order to, keep
all right,
things
1 minute.
concise.
Because I gave it to Dr. Throwback. I can.
Oh yeah, just repost that one. It's fine with me.
Let me.
Yeah, I can just give that to me over Discord. So.
Oh, well, you meant to give it to Victor, I think. I'm just.
Yeah, that was.
I'm not
the. That was for me.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not the one. I'm not the one in charge. I'm just the one
we
with
might
the
have something for that. If we have a similar thing, years later for another thing that I'm doing. But
I'm just the one with the high charisma stat. But Victor, actually, if you do want help with the live direction, as somebody who's done a fair bit of that, let me know because I don't mind.
Yeah, I'll certainly listen for advice and stuff. That part just doesn't necessarily need you in the live stream if you're going to be busy that day. It's sort of the thing, right? I can ask you anytime beforehand and stuff like that.
No, terrify the shit out of him. Make him do it live. What the fuck? If you guys are going to ask me to do my fucking Joker voice, I'm going to choke halfway through. Make him record his lines now.
Whatever you say, Bill O'Reilly.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Anyways, I gotta get out of here. I gotta play some video games.
Yes, have fun.
Base. That is the. I love that he didn't make any excuses. He's like, I just gotta go game. Fuck you, people.
No,
I love it. I love it.
That's the best.
That's
power. I would like to do another meeting like this for sure.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We do them fairly often.
Yeah.
I was talking to Chris earlier about hopefully doing them more often. We'll see what
day.
happens.
Yes. No.
I'll kill you.
Every other month,
I don't have that.
Every hour.
But man,
every hour.
Yeah, thanks a lot for everything, dudes and dudettes. Yeah. I'll see you next time.
Oh yeah.
See you next
it was
time,
great meeting you, man. Have a good night.
Nice meeting you.
It was a pleasure.
Hey.
Awesome to have you.
He was a really nice guy. That was nice. I enjoyed meeting him.
Yeah.
That was super cool.
I'll have him Mark on.
And Pika, thanks for being chill and hanging with us. I'm glad we haven't scared you
nice
off with our fuckery. I'm always when I bring people on to one of my productions and then they meet me in a more social setting, I always get scared out of my mind because I'm like, oh, they're gonna fucking hate me now. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. That's literally me. Like I have bad social anxiety when it comes to interacting with people that I don't know. But I'm just like, you know what? I as well just chat with people, get to know people, and just put myself out there,
Yeah, we're glad you're here. Yeah, it's really awesome having you part of both projects. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to be. You have a very infectious laugh. It's very nice to listen to.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know why people say that because I'm like
because it's earnest. Because it sounds very warm and genuine. I think that's all it is. It's just a very you can tell you're having a good time.
Yeah.
And confirm when enjoying your bloopers that you sent me with the line.
Yeah.
I appreciate those. That's a rare.
Of course.
I will tell
I
you.
have a full folder of bloopers of almost every role that I've done. So
yes, the blooper folder.
I have an entire Dropbox folder filled with 90% of it recorded over the last 5 years.
Ooh. Man.
Ooh.
If you go to my casting call club, it says I've done over 700 auditions. At least 70 to 80% of those I have in a Dropbox folder still because I don't get rid of things.
I used to have a lot of my auditions. Yeah, I don't think I do anymore though.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a folder for all my bloopers, one for all my Lime submissions, just in case,
Mm.
and then one just for like auditions that got me roles and all of that, just that way I can see like comparisons and whatnot. So
that's smart. Yeah,
it's
keep
very
it all
cool.
Organized. Yeah.
I was just telling myself today that I need to start making a what's it called? Microsoft Excel. No, I have a demo reel. I need to make a better one. A spreadsheet.
OneDrive? Oh, spreadsheet. Okay. Yeah.
Spreadsheet.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's smart.
Yeah. I need to.
That's
I'm terrified of it, but it would help me keep track of my both my due dates and my just the things I've already done and stuff.
That's a good
idea.
Know. Yeah.
Yeah, I should do it. That doesn't mean I'm going to, but I should. It'd be a
nice
really good idea.
No. Honestly, I should also do that because I also right now I just have a Discord like private Discord server for myself where I just keep track of like all my different voice acting stuff because
cool.
I have like a crap ton of stuff where I submitted lines and just haven't heard back from certain people in like a month.
Yeah.
So I need to be like, hey, we still need to do this.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you and Chris here are in Hard Case and Vixen. That's one of the reasons I kind of keep that one channel that's like a running production commentary that I try to post in at least once or twice a week, even if I don't have a lot to say, because I'm just like, I know the pain of like being in a project you're excited about, and then the director is like
vanishes. Yeah.
I don't know. Like just
I know.
I will literally commit war crimes before I become that person. So, I will not do that to my actors. I hate that shit. God.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
No pressure, Victor.
No, I'm not planning on leaving anyone either.
This is the last night we've ever heard from him.
Even if I was planning to, like, I have nothing else going on in my life, but literally if I chose to, leave my actors, it would just be to be a dick.
Well, we know that you're Canadian, so we know that you're racially, so I think we're safe on that front,
So yeah, I definitely stick by my team. However new it is to me having one, that's more the difficulty, I guess. But like, I'm still working through it, and like, hopefully have like sort of good steps so far in terms of how things have gone. I think again, the only mistake I've sort of made was like having the deadline be very far off, with like August 3rd, I believe, for the time for everyone to submit their lines. But like, I want everyone to have free range for my first thing, and also to make sure that there's no complications if people are delayed for things and stuff like that. And again, I had this heat wave that delayed organizing like some lines from people. So it's like, yeah, I want to make sure like everything's on the up and up.
That reminds me, Chris. I want to be careful what I say on the live stream. That one thing that was giving you a lot of problems because you were waiting on some submissions from people. How did that work out? Are you still waiting, or?
Yep.
Oh, fuck me, dude. Are you kidding me?
We'll get there.
All right. Let me know if you need help. I got you.
Just
let me know if you need to, yeah.
I appreciate it.
You're a more patient man than I already would have called in an airstrike. What the fuck?
Yeah, maybe sometimes too patient, but
sometimes airstrike.
I shouldn't have brought that up on the live stream. It's hard to talk about. I apologize. I was just curious.
No, I have like this funny story of like when I was first starting out doing this stuff. I had like this guy like basically like gaslight me for like an entire year. He's like, oh, like everything was going wrong and stuff like that. Like, I'm gonna record it today and stuff. It's like, oh, I lost the recording files. Like for an entire year. It's like, all right, maybe this guy wasn't being fully truthful. My dog ate my recordings. Yeah, I dropped my flash drive and my dog ate it. Now I have to re-record it, and my dog ate my microphone too.
I think I've told you. I'm sure you've heard Summer and I talk about it, Chris. But her and I were on this project together. For those of you that know,
yeah, Heat of Water.
For those of you that know Final Fantasy IX, Summer, who plays Mary Jane in our version of Spider-Man, and I think this is the project where we met. If not, it was one of our early projects together. There was a period of time where we both got cast side by side in things quite a bit. It was very funny. But we got on this project that was meant to be a voiced Let's Play of Final Fantasy IX. I was very excited about it. My wife is a major fan of Final Fantasy IX. I liked a lot of the people we were set to work with in this project. I got to play the monkey-tailed one himself, Mr. Zidane. And so I fucking was like hype as fuck. Summer was playing Dagger. She was so excited for the role that she went and recorded the entirety of her dialogue in like 2 days. We were all hyped. Before any of the recordings even came out, the project lead comes to us with, "Sorry guys, it's taking so long. My dog knocked some water on my computer, so I need to get it repaired." And I was already PMing people like, "Oh, the project's done. We're not going back. Sorry, it's over." And then like a couple weeks later, she's like, "Yeah, guys, sorry, my computer's fixed now, but I've lost passion for this project, so I think I'm gonna cancel it."
Oh my god. All that time wasted.
I don't really approve of violence against women. I'm just gonna let the ellipses just kind of drag on. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke. But I can't unring that bell. Victor's over here like, yeah, shut up, Victor. I know. I made it anyway, though. Okay, like we're gonna roll with it. No, it was.
I'm sorry. I just silently cringed on that. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. That's why no one will remember your name, Victor, but I will live forever. I
mean, it's probably true, but that's only because of myself.
No, it's all good. No, there's nothing wrong with being a good guy. I'm just edgy and old and tired and cranky. But and too many people have fucking Joseph the Immortal. Goddamn right. See, if Hatter were in here, he'd be making the sexist jokes. I have to pick up his slack. I've had so many directors who just completely bail on projects, and I don't know, man. Yeah. I just try to. I have canceled one project in the last couple of years, and the only reason I did it was because of community drama, not because of. It was hard. My first attempt at a Sims Machinima project in Blender was called Dream Shaper. You can still find the pilot up on YouTube. It's terrible, but the actors, good job.
No,
Chris was in there.
Hey, that's me.
No, the cinematography in it is garbage, and that color grade, I should be tried at The Hague. But I was trying new things, and I didn't realize until later how terrible it looked. But the actors did a great job. Yeah. But I was trying a new thing, and I had fun doing it. But then there was a lot of behind-the-scenes drama. A predator got outed in the community, and when he got outed, he tried to smear a lot of people in the larger Machinima community over dumb shit that didn't matter to anybody with a brain. About like he's being accused of like being a PDF file, and he's over here being like, yeah, well, these people were mean. But it led to so much infighting and drama that for a while there I was like, I'm not doing any Sims related stuff ever again. Sorry, boys, the show is canceled. And then I like didn't touch it, I think, for like 5 months or whatever. And I really didn't plan on coming back. I was gonna like fulfill my voice acting obligations in that community and then never come behind. But eventually it did, and I'm glad it did because now we have Hard Case and Vixen.
Hey.
And like now the pressure's on to like make a good fucking show, and I'm like, oh god, kill me, fuck.
What this?
I have to deliver now. Fuck, I hate it. Where's audio dramas where I can make Chris do all the work and I could just be like, I wrote a script and people liked it, suckers. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still on my next script actually, which is Storm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Storm
Yeah. And you got Andrea to play Storm, which I
Yeah,
was
really
like
cool.
surprised by, but I was like, because I'm used to her playing Lila in Spider-Man, so I would not have expected that from her, but I'm really excited to hear it.
Cooked. Yeah,
Like,
that was really
I'm
cool.
pumped for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you've probably heard it, right, Chris?
Oh,
So
I
like,
have
shit.
I have heard it. It's amazing work. And like, yeah, I definitely am looking forward to what she provides next.
It's really great.
Yeah, no, I'm
production.
really excited. She's so sweet, so I'm like really
Yeah.
excited that she was able to get like more opportunities and stuff. I'm like,
Yeah.
let's go.
Because the audition was all my lines, like despite the fact that like she's doing AJ like a different project first before mine.
Yeah.
By AJ, it's like I like all the audition lines were from my half-finished scripts. At least the lines I felt were fitting, because it's like I'm already more than halfway through, so like might as well use those lines.
That's a good idea.
For that purpose.
Yeah. Well, that's oh, go ahead.
Which I guess kind of makes me look hypocritical now to Doctor Throwback be famous later. And that technically I did audition someone before my script was complete.
No.
It was one actress, but that was about it.
No, like I don't think that there's a problem with that.
No,
like,
I mean we did have Jessica Jones. Yeah, like we got her in Deadpool before we had any Jessica Jones scripts.
True. That was a whole
thing. No, I mean that's a thing. Like I mean that's gonna be a thing in like the whole of the DC ADU. I'm gonna be very upfront with people. Like, hey, even if you're just like a cameo in this, like we're casting you for the larger universe. Like, so you might be
it's a whole thing.
It will be lots.
A whole bunch of other faces. It's probably weird for everyone else in my X-Men category right now, where they're like, okay, am I gonna show up for the first X-Men thing? And it's like, no, not really, not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, I just the only thing I would, the only piece of advice maybe I could give you for that is if because I know you're working, and I say this as somebody who works slowly, so I say this without shade, but I know you're working kind of slowly. One piece of advice that you might want to consider, if you think you can do it, is doing like maybe like some shorts or something. Like if they're sitting like hot dogs in the car for too long, it kind of can build bad blood. Like try to give them something to do if you can. If not, it's fine. But like if you can give them like.
For sure,
stuff.
And I already have sort of plans for that. I put them into two categories. It's like to speed things along, and that was actually one of them. Like everyone who's been on this chat would on like the Discord format would know this, but if you check my category for X-Men, but it's like I've put it into two separate categories. Fittingly named after the X-Men books, which were Astonishing and Uncanny. I forget which one is which. Now I think that, but
it's the one that starts with the adjective starting with an A. Oh wait, no, I thought I was making a joke, but then I realized that was only one of them. I confused the U with an A like an asshole.
Okay, Uncanny is when you are assisting me to write the main X-Men projects. Yep. That is Uncanny. And Astonishing is like what you described, in between projects, two different things. I have a few ideas for them, where not only like you introduce other like players into the X-Men universe, but also like allowing other characters to show up from time to time, things like that. I think only one of them was mainly involving Andrea, which was a Storm sequel in a way. As well as focusing on a different character from more of Chris's bigger Avengers realm. But it's a good way of getting other writers involved and sort of co-writing those situations compared to the main line of X-Men material, and that way the X-Men stuff feels more expanded, while still having the concise narrative that I build out for them.
So anyway, Chris, start writing West Coast Avengers so that I can start my sordid romance
right
with
now,
a cat
live
girl.
on stream.
Like, enough about this X-Men. Where's my cat girl romance? Come on. Like, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. You gotta do it.
Cat girl romance, possibly the bird sex.
It's gonna be a wild
Oh well,
time
no, I mean, let's do it, man. We don't even need to come up with an origin for Tigra in the Madoo. She can just be there. We just be like, no,
I'm here, guys.
I've been a superhero for a while now. I'm out here in the West Coast where we have no real superheroes, which is why we bring in you losers now. Woohoo! No, it'll be great. It'll be great. Yeah, I can't wait, man. That's gonna be fun. And, this X-Men stuff has been great. I'm excited for it. I've been doing my part. I think I've referenced mutants in every episode of Spider-Man so far, and I think I made a mutant reference in Ghost Rider too. I'm like,
it's mutant time.
I'm doing what you all should have been doing this whole time. Don't worry, I'll do your work for you. I got you.
I mean, I validate the perspective of the stuff that us, Chris, and quite a few of our other writers have done not referencing them because there's still quite a few gaps in years between when they show up.
Yeah, no, there's no validation. It was a fuck up. We're fixing it. You can't. We just magically never mentioned the fucking nationwide plight, worldwide plight of an entire ethnic group of people that transcends, or not ethnic group, what would you, an entire racial group. We just conveniently didn't mention it until now. But don't worry, guys, it's really bad. It's really bad. Bald psychic MLK allegory appeared on TV and shit. We study him in school. He's bald and wheelchair bound and gone now.
I won't spoil some of the future plans, but I definitely explained why the X-Men are sort of in the separate era from the other Madoo stuff going on. As per Chris's request, because again, this is plans I joined on to, of the X-Men taking place more earlier decades than the other superheroes. That was his plan. I was intrigued by it. That's why I put in a writing audition and joined on board, was because I liked this plan and wanted to bring it to life. Was from his ideas. And I definitely want that explanation to go full force in a way that made sense and felt concise with everything that was going on, and didn't feel like the X-Men were less important, or also felt that they were not one-upping or overwriting what everyone else is doing either.
You heard it here first, Chris. Everything that happens from now on is actually your fault.
Oh yeah.
You see how he did that?
I wanted to defend Chris's ideas there because I felt bad on it being insulted in previous live streams in terms of the X-Men taking place in an earlier era, and it's no, I love this idea.
Come over here, Chris. I need to beat you up some more. Come on, over here, in the corner.
I love the thematic approach that takes place. Yeah. The first one I think takes place in the late 90s, I believe. I think late to mid 90s is when the Beast is going to take place.
I'm laughing because we have our plans over here for other things in the mid-90s.
That's true.
And I'm like, oh man, it's going to be a wild time in this universe. The 90s are going to be...
The 90s are going to be weird.
The 90s are going to be extreme.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. AJ is going to be working hard. Because that AJ is going to end up... Wait, I forgot. AJ's already in the... No, wait, that's Brian. Shit. Well,
Brian
AJ's...
is the one that's already in the X-Men.
No, yeah, we all know AJ's gonna end up in something. It's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
Eventually,
he's gonna end up in
see
something.
who he eventually auditions for.
Yeah.
Knight's still young. I can't cast everyone in the Beast. Like, come on.
Sure you can. It's actually very. It saves you a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but honestly, they'd be waiting forever, and that'd be unfair on them.
Counterpoint: if you can fill the cast with people that are already part of the team and know the score, like if they're already part of the Madu, then you save yourself so much fucking stress because they're not going to care about waiting because they're probably already busy if they're already here.
That is true. Yeah.
Casting internally would save you so much problems.
Yeah, a few of them were cast internally, a few of them weren't, and like it luckily isn't too much of a hassle there because like a few faces from Beasts are ones that I'm bringing back relatively soon after they were used in Beasts, so I guess that's gonna be cool. Yeah, it's not too bad though. And Storm is actually casting like a lot of faces that when I counted them, it's like a lot of future faces show up on that one.
The actual cast of X-Men is just comprised of people that were cast long ago for other projects brought together by a common purpose. It's beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely understand that energy that I guess Chris probably felt when casting the Avengers one by one.
Yeah, like it's really satisfying seeing it all come together.
And then didn't you say that you left them sitting in a server for like 6 months when you cast for them, or am I misremembering? Like, wasn't like the turnover between like casting and actual production of Avengers like super long, or am I mixing my shit up? I'm probably mixing it up.
I don't know.
It's been so long he can't remember. I'm like making him dig back through painful memories.
I know like we're like really like producing a lot of stuff at the same time and everything. And like I was at the time I was like holding audio dramas, so I wanted them to like release like 1 month in between and everything, but I don't do that anymore obviously. But I finished Captain America in December. I didn't schedule it until April, so it was really weird. But then like everything like came out like back to back, which was kind of cool, and that was the only time that would ever happen. But then like Avengers, I was hoping to get it finished in 2020, but then it was just like a really big script, so like I broke it up into 2 pieces and like here's the first part, and then the second part, record that, and then that was pretty fun though. That was an interesting time. Seeing it all come together. That was the biggest audio drama I had done at the time, so it was pretty daunting but fun.
I've been meaning actually to talk to you if it helps, because I'm gearing up for hopefully college in the fall. I have to get my paperwork in order. I have a lot of things to handle behind the scenes. Right now I'm waiting on a replacement copy of my GED because I lost it like over a decade ago.
Oh, man.
But so I finally got my shit together and ordered my replacement copy. It's supposed to be here by early August at the latest, so I should have time to make everything in for the fall semester. But until then, I'm technically still between jobs right now, so I have time in the present moment. Unless this meeting with the CEO of my previous company goes well tomorrow, and he's like, "Actually, we wronged you. We were wrong. I'm very sorry. Please come back to work."
That'd be cool.
It's very unlikely to happen. Very unlikely to happen. I'm really anxious about that, actually. But that's gonna be stressful no matter what. I'm arguing that they fired me under bad pretense, and what's the CEO of the company gonna do? Yes, absolutely, we made a horrible mistake. Here's 3 months of back pay and an apology. Not gonna happen, but I'm shooting my shot. But unless that happens, I'm gonna have a lot of free time coming up, so if you need more help with editing, I'm not opposed. I just need a strict deadline, because otherwise I'll take forever.
No,
if you can give if you have a project that you need more hands on, if it will help, you have to give me a deadline or I will take forever. But if you give me a deadline and you're like, I need this by fucking September 25th or whatever, like I don't mind putting myself on the list. You know what I can do. I did the first couple episodes of Apex Shadow. I wouldn't mind helping. I have the time right now, at least until school starts. So
yeah, oh,
you know,
thank you. I appreciate that.
more hands on deck. You know,
that'd be very helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Gotta finish writing all this fucking scripts for you too. God damn.
Oh man. Whew.
Well, I'm still gonna try to get that one special crossover script that we talked about done by the end of the month. I'd still like to do that.
You got this.
I probably don't, but we'll see what happens. And then the plan right now, Batman's in a pretty good place. I feel comfortable. End of the month, early next month, I'm gonna launch the casting call, and the plan will be to make sure that the script is all tightened up by the time the actors come in. So
that'll be really exciting. The first.
I'd like to have that. I'd like to launch it on Halloween, honestly. If we could do that, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Get some Batman.
It was
Halloween
fun.
action.
I mean, come on, let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, they wrote a fucking story about it. It's like PB&J, Batman and Halloween. Let's go.
Exactly.
Batman and his mother's perils. You know, fucking Batman and justice. Batman and childhood trauma. Like, let's
hand in hand.
Let's go, boys. Yeah. And then you know, so by then the street level thing that I won't say the title of should be done. Batman will be done.
Secret Wars on the streets.
What's the next Marvel project?
That's why the war's so secret, guys. Like,
I guess finish Spider-Man 4 somewhere by the end of the summer.
Ooh, yeah.
And then have outlines, have like, you know, episodes 6 through 8 being written by other people, so that then I can move on to Daredevil Part 2 and then Spider-Man episodes 9 and 10 for season 1. I think that's like my...
Gotta do the finale.
Yeah, I'm gonna write the last 2 episodes, but I'm gonna have like people write the other ones leading up to it, I think.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So I'll still have written like 6 episodes in total of season 1, and
that's
then
more than half.
You know. Yeah. I can still get my grubby fingerprints all over the fucking show, but I can speed up production a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be really exciting. Yeah, so many fun plans in store.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good, or it's gonna be terrible. I'm gonna crash out.
No, never.
I gotta write my fucking crime drama in the middle of that too.
Right.
Gotta keep that peak on the toes. You know, I'll be like, hey, like, give them more to do.
Exactly.
That's the way I gotta make my heist dramas. I'm making like 2
that's true.
Yeah, man. Like heist dramas are cool though.
They are, yeah. Gotta write about a water guy too. I gotta start on that soon.
Wait, water guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this guy that he loves drinking water. He freaking lives down there in the water and stuff.
Aquaman! Shit! I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So at one point I had written notes for a Hydro Man episode, so that's why I was like, wait,
I'm
are we
writing
talking
the
about
Hydro Man
Hydro Man?
episode right now.
Like, I was like, I don't even remember talking to the team about the Hydro Man episode. How did you fucking know about the Hydro Man episode?
He was writing it behind your back.
Yeah, right. I'm writing the season finale right now.
No, it's gonna be great. I'm gonna get Rob Paulson himself to come in and play Hydro Man.
Finally.
Oh man, I miss Rob Paulson as creepy Hydro Man.
Oh yeah,
dude, he was so good. He was so good. What inspired lunatic in the casting was like, we're gonna take this villain. We need Yakko fucking Warner to come in here
to be the biggest creep of the show.
No. Oh, we're totally doing the MJ stalker angle, by the way. I just have to decide like how we're doing it, but we're totally doing.
Well, that's the only way to get Rob Paulson back. You know?
Yeah, right. There you go. Yeah, be like, hey, you got to stalk an attractive woman, okay? Like Rob, you can do it, man.
Oh, well, that's the whole reason I signed on.
Like you gotta play it. You gotta play it as Yakko Warner, by the way, not as Hydro Man. Like you have to play it. You have to play it as Yakko Warner, playing Hydro Man. Okay,
it's perfect. This is what I live for.
This is how we surpass the original. Well, no, because I think Maury Bench in the comics had like barely any backstory. So I think the '90s series was like, let's Mr. Freeze this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave him more stuff to do, and I mean, I thought that it was sympathetic but still creepish, you know? Like there's multiple angles of a complex guy, you know?
Yeah. No, nice guy, I mean, I don't know. I think they made him just pretty irredeemable. I could be wrong, but I think they were just literally like, no, he's just an asshole.
They gave him like the irredeemable stuff, but they also like gave him the sympathy of the fact that he's this waterman forever, and you know.
I mean, I guess that does kind of
the way characters.
I want to be.
It was also the only way characters died in the show was between turning into water or being sucked into a wormhole forever.
Did you know that John Semper came out and claimed that they had no adverse censorship from the network for the '90s Spider-Man cartoon, and no one believed him?
Kill people by water or portal.
Yeah, no, no one believes that shit, John. What are you doing? Like, I'm sorry. Why are we lying?
No.
Like,
you don't gotta be that
seems
guy,
like a
John.
super complicated way to have to go and do that.
Yeah, like that's so weird.
The fact that shoot someone to death, but rather than that, I could have them be turned into a water clone and melt.
How about the fact that Spider-Man could throw and kick people and web them, but he was never allowed to punch them?
Yeah.
John.
Well,
you once per season. Once per season you can punch.
You expect me to believe that was entirely by design?
Like, yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, John was like, I don't want to see Spider-Man punch, guys.
I've been a Spider-Man fan since I was 5. I would like to see Spider-Man punch all the people. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Come on, let's see him punch the Green Goblin already.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I mean,
what the
I like
fuck?
seeing creative moves beyond punches personally, but I still don't want it to be the only thing he does.
Dude,
like only trapped within those limits.
I have
Variety
to tell
is
you,
the spice of life, but at the same time, you gotta go back to a punch eventually.
anytime I play a tabletop RPG that's themed around superheroes, I always play. Okay, so I always say that if I play a Star Wars RPG, I always play Jedi because fuck you, Jedi are amazing, and that's my reason to indulge in the fantasy. I always play Jedi.
Yes.
And much in that same way, if I play a Supers TTRPG, I always play Spider-Man. That's always been my rule. I'm like, I always play some like Spider-Man analog in every fucking Supers campaign I ever play. But I won't play actual Spider-Man because that makes me feel weird. I don't cosplay as like characters. I'm just like, no, but I'll play like an analog.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Oh no.
And I love those situations because I then get to play with a power set that I've been fantasizing about having since I was 5 years old. So I just start doing like insane shit, and then I make GMs like start leafing through the rule book and going wait, no, that works. Wait, that works. You can do that shit. Okay. Man,
it's so good.
Cool. I've actually run a few campaigns of like Marvel Heroic and stuff like that. There's some fun stuff.
I have a copy of the old Marvel Heroic book somewhere. It cost me a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yeah, I have. That's the only one I have like a physical copy of. But,
yeah, I have the new one. I have the new one. I haven't gotten to play it yet, but
that one's digital. I still have to read the rules. I still gotta do that.
I bought it. I bought it when it came out because I was like, well, I have to have it, obviously. And then it came to my house, and then I realized that my entire gaming group doesn't give a shit about comics.
Oh, no.
I kind of fucking got like a hard on for this new game, and I'm like, yeah, it's going to be awesome. And then I was like, nobody here but you cares about this. And I was like,
oh no.
That's why I usually go into Roll20. That's what I used to do.
What's up?
Roll20. It's basically online.
Sure, no. I have hundreds of hours logged in Roll20. I just inevitably every group I've ever been in Roll20 inevitably goes bad.
Oh,
it doesn't matter if it takes
the occasional bad ones. Yeah,
they all start good.
No, literally one decided to steal my setting, like entirely, like my entire game.
Ooh.
Like that was what he decided.
Imitation, Victor, is the greatest form of flattery. It just meant he really you should be thanking
so
it.
good. I want
this.
Yeah,
like he's
like
for
the
me.
Entire premise. The entire premise. He just wanted to take it.
Yeah, no, that would piss me off.
When he was also the one who, made things go wrong, why I had to abruptly end the game in the first place. Like, in the middle of things, because he was always busy with stuff, and then it was just like, no, we just want to steal my thing.
Did this get posted on D&D Horror Stories? I feel like I've heard this story in one of those Reddit reading
I'm not
videos.
on Reddit Beyond the Lore.
Good.
Thing, so yeah,
good. You're normal.
I would not know.
I'm proud of you. Yeah, don't do it. It's like crack. Don't get in the van. My wife is a Redditor. I'm just gonna let that hang. I don't know why the fuck I don't know how I get out of bed in the morning, but she's always like, "Man, but Reddit is so cool. There's so much good stuff on there." And I'm like, yeah, she loves Reddit, man. And I'm like, why you gotta do me like this?
Oh no.
Shadow, I guess.
No, my wife's really cool. I'm glad that I can say this about the woman I like to spend the rest of my life with, naturally. But no, listen, sometimes we overlook things fucking snoring or fucking surfing Reddit. There are allowances that we make. Nobody's perfect. Every fucking group I've ever been in at Roll20, it always starts good and then ends in cataclysm.
No.
I remember the worst one of recent memory, and by recent I mean almost 10 years ago now. I've sworn it off for a long fucking time. But I think the most recent travesty I can remember is this one guy I was in this one gaming group for over a year with people from all over the world, and it was a pretty good group. But this one guy in particular, I remember his name was Jack, and he kept wanting to change his character. Now, I played a whole bunch of different games with this group, a bunch of different systems, a bunch of different campaigns, always had fun, but this one motherfucker was always acting at cross purposes from the group. And every few sessions, no matter what the game, what the system, he would be like, I think I'm going to change my character. I don't feel like I'm fitting. I'm not having a good time. And the GM was a great GM in a lot of ways, but he was very permissive. And in a lot of ways, that often led to us having a great time because he did really understand the rule of cool. So I've played with DMs who will go out of their way to try to sabotage your character if you're trying to fucking be cool and do awesome shit. This guy was the opposite, where he really did take that old adage about being your player's biggest fan to heart, and at the best of times, it was the best thing about him. But he was also very conflict averse and a poor communicator. He was dyslexic. So for a lot of reasons, he would really try to avoid conflict like the plague. And this character, so every time this player, Jack, every time he's like, yeah, I don't fucking want to do this character anymore. And it would derail storylines because we'd keep having to swap out characters for this new fucking guy, Oftentimes after his previous character had filled the campaign with chaos and destruction and derailed missions and killed NPCs and done other fucking crazy shit, started PvP fights or whatever. We had another member of the group. She was French and she was queer. And she was very, because of her queerness, the reason I bring up her being queer is she was very used to a lot of bigotry in the TTRPG space. This is kind of before Critical Role went on to normalize TTRPGs and really bring in a lot more of a wider audience, So this is still when it was much more of a niche hobby for fucking weirdos like me.
I am aware I was of those times. Really.
Yeah. So she and her heart was in the right place, bless her. She kept caping for this guy. She kept being like, well, listen, we want him to have a good experience, right? I know what it's like to not fit in with a gaming group and be ostracized. And it's like, okay, Yen, her name is Yen. You're coming from the right place, but this guy is disruptive to every fucking session we do. He's pissing us all off. It's ruining the game. At a certain point, we got to kick him loose. We got to get rid of the, come on. But then she would always be like, no, we have to give him a chance. He's like, he's had 50 chances. When is enough chances? Holy shit. When can we move on? And it just kept going and going and going. And it poisoned the hell out of a fucking great group. Until eventually it just led to such a big public fallout. She, quote unquote, accidentally typed in our big general chat for our Discord, like, hey guys, I don't think it's cool how we've been treating Jack. We should talk to him about this publicly. And then went, oops, that was meant for the private chat. Oops. And so then it led to a giant fucking fight that went on for literally 6 hours. And then he ended up kicked, and then she lost her goddamn mind about it. And then I was like, I don't want to play in this group anymore.
Yeah, it's gone.
I more or less quit doing Roll20 after that because I was like, that was too exhausting. I have a life to live. I can't do this again. Yeah. Now I just play with my IRL friends who I love them, but most of them are not that passionate about TTRPGs. They just want something to do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but fuck, what are you gonna do? We gotta do a game night, man. I know we do Marvel Rivals in here. We really should break out one of the superhero TTRPGs and
that'd be cool.
I love Rivals so much.
I could run one. I could play one. Which dealer's choice there.
That'd be really fun. We should really try something like that. We should round up people.
Totally.
Get a list of people who would be willing to GM. Not fucking it. I do it all the time already. Please God, no. I'm not doing it.
No, don't worry. Again, I know the systems. I could probably do one if
yeah. Even if we could just set up like a monthly game or a like a West Marches superhero game would be really cool. If you guys know what a West Marches is, it's like a drop in, drop out kind of campaign that like goes on for like it's meant to go on like long term, but they're like mostly self-contained. Am I using that term right? Am I other nerds in chat? Yeah, like a long running modular campaign. Yeah.
Well, a collection of one shots, generally a lot of those concepts exist.
If your characters survive, they get to live on, and you can bring them back in different, like one shots and stuff or whatever. But like,
that'd be cool.
Usually it's at the level they were at when they left, so you could like bring you get like these really asynchronous parties, which can sometimes be really fun. At least that's the way it was explained to me.
I could potentially even do like a sort of alternate Madhu sort of style one.
Oh shit! We literally just play on an alternate Earth. That'd be wild. Yeah.
Indeed, to sort of like alternate circumstances of like the characters within the audio dramas.
I'll just play Spider-Verse character number 375. It'll be perfect. It'll be great.
Well, yeah, someone might pick that. But, it depends on what.
No, it'd be fun.
That'd be cool. We should do that. Yeah.
So you play Pika is what I'm picking up.
Yeah.
You play TTRPGs.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I'm a D&D nerd as well, so.
Hey.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I'm currently in 2 campaigns. One where I'm playing a Grave Domain cleric, who's a servant of the Raven Queen. And then
nice.
She's very chaotic and very fun, and I love her. And then I'm playing a Drow Battle Master Fighter in my other campaign. That is married to a vampire queen, basically.
Nice.
Like
I'm loving the very gothic themes that are abound.
I know.
I love it so much.
Which is funny because I'm not goth at all, IRL.
There's a goth inside you, like yearning to be free, like come on, please.
Yeah.
No, but that's one of the best things about the hobby, though, is like getting to like explore like other aspects of ourselves, right? Like unless you're me, who just plays like the most like boring generic fantasy heroes like 90% of the time. I'm like a fucking I'm the meme. I'm like, nah, we're playing a fantasy RPG. I'm just gonna play human sword guy and I just like hitting people with my sword and role playing. That's what I want to do. And then my friends are like, I'm a dragonborn. I'm an elf. I'm playing a fucking air genasi, and I'm over here like I used to be like a member of the town guard, and now I'm like, fuck that. I'm gonna be an adventurer, and I'm like, normal human. Here we go. And then I do shit that like could kill me all the time. Like I'm just gonna make that dex roll. Fuck it, we ball. Let's go. I'm not playing with a fragile human physique. I'm gonna do it.
I've sort of only been doing this like one Harry Potter game with a couple of old World 20 friends.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're really quiet, Victor. Something about an old Harry Potter group or something, or
doing a Harry Potter game with some like old friends on Roll20 from the games that I ran. So I was quiet because it's like getting like past midnight.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I've been doing that lately, just to, like I guess re-up on getting into like GMing. But it's like after someone tries to steal your game from you, you really lose some of the magic for a bit.
Understandable.
Yeah, you're kind of feeling like is someone else gonna do that? Or...
No, never again.
I will say, I've had plenty of shitty things happen to me in TTRPGs. That has never happened to me, so I feel like the odds are in your favor. You're probably safe. I hope. I am sorry that happened to you, though. That would be really demoralizing. Like,
yeah, sort of an original fairy tale concept that I think I'm actually making into like an actual like book series of my own. I don't know. And funny thing is, it's now going into like testing out the concept of like writing it now for me. And he just DM'd me like recently, like I think like a month or two ago. Literally to say, okay, now I've actually finished this with my premise of stealing your ideas. What do you think of this?
You're right.
And I was like, didn't you get the hint last time?
Yeah.
Man. Crazy.
Well, I'm gonna be the one to break up the party here because the heat is cooking my brain.
Time to
I'm dying.
Hit the
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I do need to head off too.
Yeah, literally, my brain is melting out my ears. It's just like, I'm gone. Goodbye. Yeah.
It's certainly a painful sight when I have my earbuds in.
Oh God. Gee, look, I'll just say this. Every fucking few months, I'm scrolling through Facebook. I know I'm a member of several comic feeds. Some motherfucker's gonna share that fucking panel where Sandman like explodes Spider-Man from the inside out from Marvel Zombies. Every few months, that fucking sequence comes across my feed, and I block every person who shares it. Like every fucking time, I'm like, no, goodbye, no, goodbye. Fuck you. Step on a Lego. I'm done. Goodbye. Fucking pox upon your houses. So, I understand.
Random Sandman.
I have admin privileges in this. I will ruin your whole career, and Chris cannot get in my way. I mean, like, Chris, I told him not to do the thing, and he did the thing. I'm nuking him from orbit. You're writing X-Men now, Chris. Have fun. Fuck.
No, soon for the troubles.
No, it's but yeah, no, I understand the whole traumatic imagery thing. So I'm sorry if my description of my brains leaking out was too much.
Yeah. I'm feeling it.
Fucking God, dude. Like, I mean, would it have been better if I'm like, no, it's sizzling, like it's on the barbecue? Like, fucking
brain burger.
Like, you have to understand. Well, I'm sitting in a fucking booth right now. Like, I'm sitting in a like every wall is covered by either acoustic paneling or those heavy like sound blankets. And I do have I have a singular fan here that pulls the hot air out. No. That's it.
Ouch.
Yeah. So I got the fan blowing recycled air out.
Yep. Oh god, when I start gaming in here, my fucking GPU starts heating up.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. The sauna.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's like I'm probably losing half my body weight in water. Like it's like whoa. Fucking the doc turned his camera on before, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. You don't want to see what I look like right now. Jesus Christ. All right. Chris, good luck at work tomorrow.
Thank you. It's been fun. Thank you all for joining us. It was really fun. It was really nice meeting you as well, Pika.
Yeah, it's a very pleasure to meet you all too. I appreciate it.
Hey.
Oh yeah, no. Thanks for nerding out with us. It's really cool.
Trust me, I love it.
We'll have to see about doing some D&D stuff, you know.
Oh yes. Yeah, we gotta get that set up.
Oh yeah, we gotta see what we can do with that too.
Yeah, I feel like AJ would be big into that, honestly, too.
Oh no, yeah, we were talking about that in my voice acting server a few months back, and he was like really passionate about the idea. We have to do something. We have to do stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking have him GM as Dr. Doom.
Ooh, that'd be badass.
God Emperor.
That would be really. Yeah, if he has to use the voice the entire time, it'd be hilarious.
That would be so good.
Play every NPC as Dr. Doom playing the NPC. Like, just fucking, you know. Weary travelers, you have ventured into Latveria. You know, continue at your own peril. Yeah, right. Yeah. No harm will come to you as long as you acknowledge the benevolence and greatness of your supreme ruler, Doom. Like, I don't know. Anywho. All right, crazy kids, be well.
Adios. It's been fun. Thank you again.
I'm gonna go die.
Same.
Boy.
Bye-bye. Goodbye, Victor. All right. Yes. Thank you for joining in. We're the party isn't over yet. I'm actually gonna be streaming for another hour. No, I'm kidding. I've got a little quick preview to show you. This is gonna drop you right into the action, so don't expect the context. Oh, you'll find out. Just hold on. Just give me a second. Let me just get this out of here. I was gonna do the first chapter, but then I was like, what if we do something different and do the fifth chapter instead? Here it is. This is, well, you'll see. You'll see. It's loading. Hold on.
World leader!
Stand down, Hulk. Only warning.
You stand down! Hulk fight villain! Hulk fight leader!
What the hell are you on about? The only one acting like a villain here is you. Look how much destruction you've caused. Stearns isn't here.
But Hulk saw him!
I'm taking you back to the yard. You can talk to me and Fury about this over tea. You coming willingly, or am I going to have to drag your big green ass there myself?
Tin Man think he's stronger than Hulk?
Well, we're about to find out.
Iron Man wastes no time, firing a concentrated arc reactor blast straight at Hulk's head, holding it for a few seconds before following it up with two small rockets, both smashing into his massive arms. Mere pinpricks for the Hulk. He just grins menacingly once the smoke dissipates. Hulk knows Iron Man is a friend, supposedly, but he also knows his armor can take a beating. He feels no guilt when he grabs hold of Iron Man and tosses him towards a nearby building. Iron Man zips out of the way at the last second and flies at his opponent like a heat-seeking missile, or a pulsar blast shooting rapidly and pounding into Hulk's chest. Iron Man buzzes the Green Giant, staying just out of reach of his meaty swings. Hulk leaps for Iron Man, pesky mosquito, but the armored Avenger dodges out of the way with ease. Instead of slamming straight into his foe, Hulk crashes into an office building across from the stage, spewing glass everywhere. Pissed, Hulk rips a streetlight straight out of the ground and tosses it like a javelin. Iron Man stunned for a second as the projectile stretches straight for him, but shakes out of it. He fires a repulsor blast, cutting through its momentum and splitting the post in half, sending 2 bits clattering down. What he doesn't realize until it's too late is that Hulk sent another one flying soon after. The post crashes painfully into Iron Man's side, and he smashes down into a brilliant spray of concrete to the ground.
Damn it.
Might I suggest a different strategy, sir?
You may be onto something, Jarvis.
Hulk rips up a bit of street and is about to chuck it into Iron Man's crater just as he jets up and out in a blue blaze. A ton of rock streams at Iron Man, but he's too quick, firing some sort of grappling line at his legs as the ball of rock explodes onto the stage. Tony knows the grappling line won't hold Hulk forever as he zips around the big beast, wrapping him tight, but it's a temporary solution to his problem. After a few more wraps, Hulk crashes down hard to the ground, shaking the earth a bit on impact. Hulk's about to reach down and rip free of his bindings when a loud, motorized whirling sound comes from just above. Helicopters, army green, and loaded to the gills with soldiers. Among them in the helicopter leading the pack is a man that looks just about as angry as the Hulk, a vein around, ready to burst his forehead. General Thaddeus Ross.
Banner! You stay right where you are, damn it!
Shit. Can't believe I'm doing this. Hulk, get out of here, now!
Iron Man slices through Hulk's binding and he stares at the armored man for a moment, as if out of gratitude, before bounding away just as the helicopters make their landing. Ross storms over, face practically tomato red, yelling at Iron Man as he slowly hovers down back to the ground.
Power down, Iron Man. You're on thin ice. Only reason I'm not hauling you back to HQ is because you got answers. I want them. Now.
Ross, what a pleasant surprise. Stark speaks highly of you.
Spare me the song and dance. I'm not exactly happy to see you here either.
Look, General, all I know is what Hulk told me before he leapt off to hell knows where. He saw the leader in the crowd, probably some sort of mind trick. I thought he was under your jurisdiction, by the way.
An elite hit squadron blew the lid off the black site we kept him bottled up in. We haven't been able to locate him yet.
Congratulations, then. You've got your first lead.
Oh, well, that's just dandy. You want me to give Hulk a nice firm handshake in the middle? We don't know the extent of Stern's powers. He could be an ocean away, sipping pina coladas, messing with the demon's mind. As far as I'm concerned, they both pose a threat to public safety. Mind control or not.
I've fought side by side with him countless times. He's always reliable. In fact, I probably wouldn't be standing here today without him.
Oh, please. You give him too much credit. He can pretend to be a hero all he wants. But I know who he really is. I knew this day would come. When your band of freaks went public, everyone thought new gods descended from the heavens, here to keep the peace. But I knew what we were getting into. I saw what sins that great big demon was capable of firsthand. In the aftermath, you'd have thought it was an earthquake. Strongest New York's ever felt. But I knew better. I know him well, what he's capable of. Banner didn't understand the power he had. All things considered, he thought it was a blessing. He didn't look it, but he thought Hulk could be the next Captain America, defender of the innocent. Well, instead, he killed a family, crushed a little girl to death, destroyed any future she had in an instant.
It was an accident. Hulk would never...
Accident or not, it happened. And it could happen again. The world's safer without him, I promise you that. Now stay the hell out of my way, Shellhead. We're done here.
Ross does an about-face and storms off in a hurry, leaving Iron Man behind in the wreckage. Dark thoughts swirl around in his mind. What if Ross is right? Just moments ago, Hulk was barely in control. People could have been hurt. But then he remembers that Banner's still in there, that no matter what, he wouldn't let it happen again. Ross is wrong.
Prick.
Little do the two men know that their entire conversation was being listened into by the leader down the sewers below, a listening device cleverly hidden under the rubble.
This hot-headed general could serve my purposes nicely. I will have to keep tabs on him.
And there we are, yes. A little preview for Hulk Apex Spray. We're still a little ways away from getting that one all wrapped up, but we're making some good progress and everything. We've got about 45 minutes done, so yeah, we'll get that out as soon as we can. But yes, we've got, of course, Energetic Dre as Hulk himself, really amazing. That's the same person that plays Spider-Man for us, if you can believe it. Such a range, such a talent. Of course, we've got Cruz Vento, another person we've worked with a lot as well, with a few extras, as well as, of course, Rhino in Spider-Man Episode 2. As the narrator, fantastic. Of course, we've worked with Justin N for quite a while too as Iron Man, coming back for the role, which is really exciting, always very fun working with him. We've got Joseph Bozwinski, the man himself, the legend, as Jarvis. And then, of course, we have Sean Cole as the leader, a newcomer, but really, really amazing performance. Very excited for you all to hear that. And then last, and certainly not least, we have Dylan Yungai as as General Ross. Yes, so yeah, another fantastic performance from him as well. Yes, so very much looking forward for you to all hear all these cool performances. Really good stuff. Anyways, yeah, thank you all for watching once again. It's been a lot of fun. Yes, we'll be doing this again soon. We've got a Deadpool one-shot coming out this Friday at, I believe, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So keep an eye out for that, and I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.